that night, Katie claims, the night of the 25th, that Sebastian takes the trash out after they arrived home from going out to dinner. Go ahead.
There's no specific footage of that. The neighbor that has the Ring door camera that saw that, she said to me on the phone that the only thing you can see is a silhouette. She said you cannot see a physical person. There is absolutely no physical proof of Sebastian being at their house that night after dinner. There's nothing. There's her car coming home. My neighbor did tell me that she saw her car come, but she parks in the garage, so nobody saw him get out of the car.
What time was that? I always want to know what time she arrived home. Do you know?
I asked, and she said that it was so dark that she couldn't really see. She saw about 6 or so, I think is what she said, ish, because they went to dinner at Texas and then supposedly came home, and then her car came in the driveway around 6, and then somebody pulled the trash bin out, after that. But they don't know who it was because you can't tell.
So no evidence. Any neighbor, including yourself, or because you all talk, the neighbors talk to everybody and said there's nothing to indicate that he was home that night. He got home that night.
There's no proof of that. Nobody ever saw him come home, or really, I don't even know if anybody can say they saw him leave with her. I don't think anybody actually looked back that far. It was so chaotic at the very beginning. I think the police were so focused on a runaway teen that was what everybody was focused on. So when they first asked to look at their video cameras, I think everybody was checking him walking out. But there's no proof of him physically walking out.
With a surprising development in the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who's been missing for 18 days. An exclusive look at new video evidence.
Authorities have scrutinized home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood, trying to learn what happened to that teen with autism.
Now, you can take a look for yourself. Our Nick Barris obtained video that appears to show 2 people near Sebastian's home the night his parents say he disappeared.
The video you're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night.
Welcome in, everybody.
Pitch black.
Welcome in.
What you will see here are these 2 points of
Again,
light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We've had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area.
Okay, guys, here's a better aerial view of what we're looking at here in the flashlight video. And you can see when we go in for a close-up where the common area is outside of Sebastian's home. As you can see, there are a lot of different spots where the light source would have dropped off due to the bushes, shrubs, and trees, homes in the path. It depends on which path was taken, and we'll discuss that, of course, later on, because we will be going over the differences in theories. A fence does surround the backyard, but it is also obscured by a lot of trees and bushes. Let's watch.
In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later, and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know, there's not much to see here. You certainly cannot identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant. This video shows suspicious activity in the immediate area the night Sebastian disappeared. Could one of these subjects have been Sebastian? Did he meet and leave with someone? Sebastian's father says his son would not go with a stranger.
It's up in the air for me because I don't think he would get into a vehicle with somebody unless he knew them.
So what exactly are we seeing here? I know investigators are doing what they can to try enhancing the video for any more clues. For now, this video is now part of the Sebastian Rogers missing person file, and I'm told it could become more significant depending on where the ongoing investigation leads.
Recently, Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security footage that showed two flashlights.
I don't know what happened.
The night he disappeared. Is
he
there
really
anything
changed his tune, it seems like.
That you think about this video, or?
Sure. So, there's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet. Okay, and that is exactly what it is. It's speculations. Now, what I can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement from law enforcement, between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight, I hate to say this, it's not. As much as we would love it to be one, it's not.
Okay, guys, I'm glad that just played through. I wasn't sure what it was going to do. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom coming at you with a live narrative tonight. Today we are going to discuss some more of the flashlight video. I just kind of wrote out a little bit of a dialogue for myself to read off. So tonight we're going to talk about Hannah Kobayashi, just do a quick update on her story. We have Sebastian Rogers, of course, in the flashlight videos. And then we are going to discuss Joshua McCoy. I'm going to have Gracie up to speak about Joshua because she's really, really versed in the case and does a great job. So I was really happy that she agreed to come up tonight. Yes, it is. It's like he was muzzled. I know we've heard that like statement before, and it seems very plausible. It seems very plausible. So first of all, you guys might have seen a funny word or a funny couple of words in my intro or in my title tonight, and the words are flimflam. So they're Norse words. The Norse word flim means mockery. So fibsters, they love to take advantage of other people, their kindness, their good-hearted nature, and I just always want everybody to stay kind and sweet out there, no matter what, and stay focused and stay safe. Beware of scammers, liars, thieves, people like that. Please never mistake someone's kindness for weakness, though, okay? It takes a very strong person to be humble and kind to other people. It takes a lot of strength and bravery, because you do put your heart out there and you do let people, you do help other people, right? And that just, it comes with the territory. When someone gives you their time and tries to build you up, be grateful that they've given you their efforts. They do not have to, but they wanted to help you. If you ask for someone's help and they give you their help, say thank you to them, okay? And based on the last 2 live streams that I did, I made the decision not to invite Rich back. But the good news is that he does have more subscribers now, and that's wonderful. That was my ultimate goal in helping, and he can go live on his channel now, so definitely go check him out over there. But when he asked me if he could go live with me, and he explained that he needed more people to go live on his channel, so I agreed. And like I said, my ultimate goal was to help Rich get more channel members and that sort of thing. So, that's always the ultimate goal there. And networking is really, really important when it comes to business and YouTube. So, Ruby is amazing. And also, one good thing about working with someone else is you can take some of their skill set and apply it. And so I really appreciated picking his brain about the dog searches and things like that. But I did have some people reach out, and they were saying that they were offended and upset and saw some disrespectful behaviors from this panelist. And so I knew that I was not going to invite the panelists back after Monday night right away, but I didn't because I don't like to run the lives like that. Like, I want us to conversate back and forth. I don't want it to be talking over each other or like a whole bunch of drama and stuff. Like, I don't want to do that, or arguing. So that's like just not how I want to run things over here. And I don't wish to experience like what happened like that again. So with that being said, I did hear all of you. I did hear you. You were heard. And yeah, when I went back and watched it, I just want to say that it'll never happen again. That you guys won't have to deal with that, because I'll just kick somebody off if they're going to. I have a lot of trouble hearing because I have this whole system set up, and then when somebody's up on panel, I have to really try hard to hear what they're saying. So if it's subtle, I won't hear it. And I heard a lot of like, you know, subtle stuff in there when I went back and looked. So again, you know, it's about the missing children. It's about Sebastian. That night was about Sebastian, and it turned into a real shit show. So I apologize. I'm really sorry if anybody was upset. It was validating for me, but it was also embarrassing. So I'm very sorry that people were upset. And I truly, it's truly not my style. I like to keep it classy. Okay, so it's truly not my style. And I wish that the panelists, I wish them all the best, you know, all the best in the world. I hope everything works out well, and everything like that. It just really wasn't a good fit for the channel. So that's why I made the decision. But, you know, I wouldn't have addressed it if it wasn't for people that reached out. So I wanted to address it. But I also, you know, because I do value your feedback tremendously. And so I wanted to just quick get that out of the way. So back to the business of true crime. Okay, so we have the scam heard around the world with Hannah Kobayashi. She is a beautiful young woman, talented photographer, and she decides to scam immigration officials, and she actually is the one that ends up being scammed. So then some generous donations pour in all over the world. I think everybody was donating from all over, and they were funneled into a GoFundMe account. So we have to be really careful with those GoFundMe accounts, because sometimes they are used to fuel the search efforts, and they are used to help the families and expenses and things like that. But it's really difficult because we're seeing more and more that people are wanting their money back and wanting to be refunded. And so there is a refund available for people. The family is going to honor that. So they only are going to honor it until a certain date. So just check that out for yourselves. I'm not an expert on that. But Hannah's father did take his own life. So there's some people that are very upset about that. And, you know, wondering what is going to come of that. If anybody ever feels the need that they're going to hurt somebody or themselves, please reach out to somebody, talk to a friend, call a counselor. The hotlines are available, all of that sort of thing, because it was really tragic. And Hannah is later found safe in Mexico. We know that she is back in the United States, and she did make a statement. So I know everybody wanted those monies back. I think it was on Vinny, so you can catch it there. But that's kind of all I wanted to go over with Hannah's case. I know she made a statement, and I will read it. Actually, I meant to read that before. And so, but yeah, people are going to get a refund. I think it's just par for the course. Like, again, if you help somebody out and, you know, it doesn't turn out the way that you wished it would, you know, it's not a great thing. But also, it's so nice of those people that donated and that cared so much for Hannah. And I'm so glad that they found her too. So hi, Janine Simmons. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you. Hey, Jude. You guys are so awesome. Thank you, Forever Nikki's mom. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate you guys so much. And give me 1 second here. Let me see, because I know I snapped Vinny's. He read it. There was another person, some Hilton person read it on their channel, and it was kind of funny. It was kind of funny. I know it was like a small video that Vinny did. There we go. So we'll take a look at that and see. Oh, here it is.
Time to reveal something else you need to know tonight. Let's take a look at our big board. And there she is, Hannah Kobayashi. She was unaware. People were looking for her when she was missing. There's her statement provided by her aunt to people.com. At daybreak on December 15th, I crossed the border back into the United States. My focus now is on my healing, my peace, and my creativity. I'm deeply grateful to my family and everyone who has shown me kindness and compassion during this time. I was unaware of everything that was happening in the media while I was away, and I'm still processing it all. I kindly ask for respect for myself, my family, and my loved ones as I navigate through this challenging time. Thank you for your understanding. She didn't mention her father taking her life when he went to Los Angeles to search for her.
Okay, so that's what her statement was, guys. And I really don't want to go too far into it because she's already been found. We know she's safe and all that good stuff. So that's what I was really worried about. I just didn't want her to be out there. And then with her age, I was afraid that they weren't really going to look for her very hard because she may have been someone that wanted to run away. So that's another reason. Thank you so much, Hey Jude. Thank you for posting that. Because that's the most important takeaway, I guess, is like that's one thing that was very unfortunate that didn't need to happen and may have happened as a result of Hannah being missing. So, I do hope that justice gets served, but in another, in the same sense, I really don't want to go too far into that case because we have two little boys up on the screen that I was really more interested in talking about. And one is Sebastian Rogers. So I did write a little dialogue for Sebastian, of course. So in his case, we have deception, lies, smoke and mirrors, poof. Sebastian Rogers did not just vanish into thin air, but that is what his mother and stepfather want to believe. They want us to believe it. More lies emerge from these two with the help of a PI and some citizen sleuths who have recreated their own interpretations of what happened in the infamous flashlight video. Let's explore the flashlight video recreation and discuss what their findings are versus what I have gathered about the flashlight video. Where is Sebastian Rogers and what happened to Sebastian Rogers? So I tried to upload these videos, so it's been going pretty smooth here with these little clips. I think I realized how to do this. So let me see if I can play this.
And then it was, okay, are there any cars around there? And I was told that there was an unidentified car sitting on my street facing the entrance, somewhere around 3:30 or so. And then the flashlights were actually seen on the neighbor's camera, two separate flashlights walking in between the yard. The neighbor that has the actual footage swore up and down that they're two different circumstances. There was the car with the lights coming towards the car backed up on Kellen and left. And then about 2-ish hours, hour and a half, hour 42 something, like she said, the time stamp on the video is not working. It is stuck. She said, but you can tell because it's pitch black dark in the middle of the night when the car comes down the street, turns onto Stafford, sits there for about 3 to 5 minutes. The flashlights are coming from two different directions in between the yards. They do whatever they're doing around the car. The car backs up Kellen and leaves from Stafford. Backs up Kellen and leaves. And then 2 or so hours later, as the sun is just beginning to come up, you can see the trash truck. And she said, but the trash truck goes past her driveway. She said, you can see the trash truck and the lights and the back of the truck go past her driveway, go up the hill, do its business, turn around, come back down. And then within a few minutes later, the sun is coming up. And then you can see Katie's car leave, Katie's car coming back. And then you can see all the police come in. She said, it's very obvious. So I asked her why the police are saying that that's trash truck. And she said, I don't know. I'm baffled because I tell you right now, there are two different circumstances and that you can tell there are two different time frames.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to say those were not trash trucks.
I concur. But why did authorities say it doesn't have any evidentiary value?
I asked that when I called the lead detective and I flat out told him that I know the neighbor. I've seen the video footage from the very beginning before it was edited. She told me with her own mouth, looking at it herself, there are two separate occasions, car, then truck, Why is that? We've had it. He argued with me and told me that he had it broken down. The Secret Service looked at it and they confirmed that in fact it was a trash truck. And I said, I'm telling you, it was not. He said, well, I'm not going to say I'll argue with you. I was like, okay.
What time does the trash get picked up in the morning? 3:10 a.m. lights. Let's talk about the trash. What do you know?
So our trash gets picked up by J.E. McMurtry Disposal, has for many, many, many years. They used to, a few years back, they would pick up around 6:30-ish, but then the bus was coming through and it was making it hard for them to come through with the bus, and all the kids were out and it was just chaotic. So they switched it, and now they go down my street about 5:30, 5-ish, between 5:15-ish, 5:20, something like that, every Monday morning. That's going down my hill, though. That's not when they come in and they're going around it. That's when they're coming back down. So, yeah.
I mean, that's an extra, 20 minutes? How long does it take for the trash truck guy to go through the whole entire neighborhood?
And the other misconception is a lot of people are saying that they have to hand dump the trash bin in there. They don't. It's a new truck. They have an arm, and it does it for them. So that was another thing where they're having to pick up these big. No, they're not. They have an arm. They roll it over to the arm, connect it to the arm, and they dump it in. You can hear it. I mean, it's not quiet. It's loud. I mean, you can hear the arm doing all that. So by the time they collect the trash coming up the street, though, not going down it. They're collecting it as they come up. So I guess they're probably in the neighborhood just like around 5, just before 5.
And they're out of there before the buses come.
Yes.
Or the bus comes, or
Absolutely.
You said buses.
Okay, guys, so I figured out how to do the clips. Hey, Freebird, nice to see you. Okay, so Hey Jude says, hey, Lady Freedom, we've learned tonight that the license plates were obscured on the car in the flashlight video. Oh, okay, so nobody knows the plates. Okay, dang. I mean, I'm not surprised just because I guess it was so dark, but I wonder if somebody covered the plates or something like that. I mean, because they sat for 3 to 5 minutes. So let's say guesstimation 4 minutes. It was a long time to sit there. I wonder what they were doing. Yeah, it's super interesting. Hey, Jude, thank you so much for sharing that. That's awesome that you found that information, because that's a really important thing, whether they could have got a read on the plates, if anybody saw exactly, like even if they got the first 3 numbers or something like that, or numbers, letters, they're alphanumeric, but oh, muddy tags. Yeah, that's true, huh? Because mud kicks up and they get on there. That makes a lot of sense. Ah, okay. Awesome, Freebird. I'm glad you came out to say hi. That's funny. I wasn't sure if like the video was going to play prior to the live, like 15 minutes before it or whatever, you know what I mean? Like and then as soon as it was over, I would be live, or if I would sit and watch it with you guys. I wasn't sure. So it worked out really good. I was really happy that I was able to figure that stuff out. So we learned a lot from Bobby. Now, I did want to show you guys really quick, because she says when the sun came up. And so I wanted to show you really quick a little pic that I made. And I added the time that the sun came up, which was at 6:21 a.m. And I Googled it. Y'all. Googled it, y'all. And I hope you can see it. It's like kind of tiny up there. I'm horrible with this phone thing, so I'm happy I got those clips downloaded. So either way, this is, I'm gonna, no, I don't want to adjust that. I do not want to adjust that. Okay, so either way, I want to kind of show you guys this view. Now, Cluminati was on Dolly's show, but I didn't get a chance to watch all of it. But I would like to kind of try to chop it up a little bit and see what they had to say. A bit that I watched was that they are confirming, or they are saying that this, maybe that's a better view. Hold on, let's do that. There we go. All right, so that right there is the house that the camera is picking up, and this is the field of view in red. So they think that whole area, the field of view, is in that area, but either way, I believe they still would have gotten caught on the, I mean, in that field of view. it's still very possible. So that's one theory, or one opinion that I have on it, is that the Proudfoot house is the second one on the block. But again, as I said, there's a lot of trees, shrubs, little bushes, smaller ones, bigger ones, trees that are obscuring the view, especially from their backyard. And then, of course, just depending on what the angle is, right? We don't know what the angle is. So this is what they think the angle is, or the field of view, as they say in the picture. But what about the other cameras in the neighborhood? So who else had footage is one question that I have. And then another question that I have is that Bobby said they were on Stafford, they pulled onto Stafford, and then they backed up onto Kellen. So the curve is Stafford, and this street right here on this side, oops, sorry, I always do that. On this side, right here, is Kellen. Okay, so they were parked on the curvy street right here, and they backed up onto Kellen. It's not like they were all the way up above the curve up here and then backed all the way up. No, they were right over towards this area, and then they backed up on Kellen. Okay, and then from Kellen you can drive like straight out, so out of the neighborhood, and that's what they apparently did, according to Bobby. And she did. This is secondhand knowledge. She did see the footage. She did talk with her other neighbor about it, the woman who had the original footage. Now, I did hear with my own ears that Clue stated that she they did get this camera footage from the neighbor. Maybe not the same neighbor that Bobby's talking about. That's not something that I would know, but I do know that the flashlight video was said to be nothing. Now it's said to be something, and that is the house that they're alleging that the film came from, is from that corner house, and that the field of view was. It's not possible that it could have been. Well, what they're alleging is that they don't think it's possible that if that occurred, that it would be in the view of the camera. So it was very strange. I don't particularly like their theories. Okay, so Chris from Mob Crew says my ass about the theory. I mean, I have to second that motion. I do. I have to second that. Yeah, because I was impressed with what he did. So I was like, I thought that was really cool how he put that together. So I was like, whoa, dude, that's awesome. Like, I would like to be able to put those kinds of things together, just to see, because especially like a case like this, because it's like I wanted to see if I could get a car and put it on there, and then show it backing up or something, because I thought that would be pretty neat, but I didn't get that far. So MOB Crew says that it's not the field of view. I'm sticking. Yeah, I don't think it is. That's a good point. Okay, so I don't think it's the same field of view also, because first of all, why would you have it pointing down at the street? I mean, all the way down that street. I don't see why it would be pointing all the way down on that street. It just seems like an awkward positioning, and that's my opinion on it. It's a pretty awkward positioning. They did nail it tonight. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna have to go watch that one, because the only one, and I feel embarrassed saying this because they do awesome work, but I've only watched the one video of the recreation of the flashlight video. Hate you. It's so funny. Yeah, they do amazing work. They really do. Oh, thank you, Trishy. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That house has a new camera pointed at a different angle, in my opinion. Clue spreads missing. Yeah, my opinion too. That's why I kind of didn't really want to replay any of the stuff that. I was glad Dolly did it, because that way I can kind of go watch their theory over there. He was asking really pointed questions, though, really good questions, and it almost was like they were kind of caught up and didn't really know what to say. Obviously, we're all just citizen sleuths, so I mean, when somebody asks us a question, we're going to be able to kind of form our own opinion based on what we know, right? So it's all good. I think they did they at least did some work to try to figure it out. I just don't. I wasn't making the connection, I guess is the way I should say it. I wasn't making their connection. But I also want to go back just to, let's see, I got some more clips here. Oh, not that one. No, okay, that one. Let's check this.
And then it was, okay, are there any cars around there? And
sorry.
No one ever really heard from a neighbor, Miss Bobby.
Now you're going to make me want to run. Yeah, well, I've kind of kept myself, we're all kind of hidden.
Yeah.
I had never met them. They moved in and nobody knew them. Like, I still don't know anybody that really knows them. Like, nobody ever really knew them. When did
they move in? Do you know?
I think, well, so apparently it was a year and a half ago.
Gotcha.
Sebastian didn't have anyone that lived in the area that he hung out with at all that lives near you.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am. He's not a child that just goes outside at any point in time without telling somebody something.
If somehow that we have zero knowledge.
Yeah, if it had happened, we don't know about it. But our neighborhood, it's a very small subdivision. It's not huge. And everybody here looks out for everybody. We all watch to make sure everything's kosher in the neighborhood, and nobody has reported anything of that nature. Sebastian wasn't very much, like, he didn't go outside very much. Most of the time, all the neighbors will tell you if they saw him, he was taking the trash out.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and they just say to themselves, and nobody really even knew them. I didn't even know that the original owners sold their house, and not because we don't, our neighborhood is just a real quiet neighborhood. Everybody kind of stays to themselves, except for, if you need something, or if a dog, a pet gets out, or if somebody goes on vacation, hey, will you watch my house, that kind of thing. But we don't really, unfortunately, I think everybody's just have busy lives and stuff, and we just don't know. I mean, like each neighbor knows the neighbor next to them. Like, I know all the neighbors around me, and I know a lot of their original neighbors that were there from day one, but I don't know the ones that have moved in over the past 5 years. And I think with COVID, that kind of messed everything up too.
Prior to the February 26th, right, when Chris arrived home, did any neighbors or anyone that you heard, whether you see it, but you said you never knew him prior, did anyone ever say anything about him being around the house on the 25th, the 24th, or seen in the neighborhood or anywhere in the area prior to the 25th?
Nobody's ever really mentioned him. The only person that's ever said anything about him coming home, like I said, nobody really ever paid attention, I don't think, because even the neighbor that lives close by that I'm friends with, I asked her, like, did you ever see? She said, I never really paid attention, because, like, he would come and go, and they never were out really, and they had this camper, and the camper would leave, and then it would come back, and then, he never came outside. And it's odd because Chris kept saying that he would go outside and play, and, all that kind of stuff. And she's like, I don't remember ever seeing him really outside playing. Like, there's no playground. They don't have a playground outside. They don't have a trampoline outside. Like, if you looked at their yard, you wouldn't even know. There's no bike. There's no, like, scooters. There's no basketballs. You wouldn't even know they have kids. There's nothing in their yard to play with. He's never outside. Like, he didn't go outside and play catch with his dad. Nothing.
Also, in another statement you gave, I understand that the video of the 2 flashlights, and I'm saying that with air quotes, that's not exactly what that was at all. We now don't believe that 2 flashlights were observed around your home. Is that correct?
Yes. You're very correct.
Okay.
People are saying that they have to hand dump the trash bin in there. They don't. It's a new truck. They have an arm, and it does it for them. So that was another thing where they're having to pick up these big. No, they're not. They have an arm. They roll it over to the arm, connect it to the arm, and they dump it in. You can hear it. I mean, it's not quiet. It's loud. I mean, you hear the arm doing all that. So by the time they collect the trash coming up the street though, not going down it. They're collecting it as they come up. So I guess they're probably in the neighborhood just like around 5, just before 5.
And they're out of there before the buses come.
Yes.
Or the bus come, or the,
Absolutely.
you said buses. Where's trash go?
Oh, it gets dumped in either Nashville or Gallatin. If Nashville is full, they'll temporarily dump it to Gallatin. And then once, I guess, Nashville gets whatever, then they'll transport to Nashville. The big misconception was that the neighborhood behind us, they get picked up by a different company on Tuesdays. So that's a whole different thing.
Is that construction development you're talking about?
Well, that was the dumpster that everybody was asking about. How is it possible that, whatever, that the dog hit over there as well? The second dog that was out walking hit also by the trash dumpster. And the trash dumpster owner found that out when law enforcement told him that we got a hit by the dumpster. The owner of the dumpster called them back and said, okay, we dumped our trash on this certain day, Tuesday, whatever, on that certain day in Kentucky. So you guys need to go and get a warrant, obviously. And he gave them permission to go search the Kentucky dumpster or landfill. So that's why they went to Kentucky. And then I was told that they also checked Gallatin and Nashville as well. So going back to the whole light thing, I was told that there was an unidentified car sitting on my street facing the entrance somewhere around 3:30 or so, and then the flashlights were actually seen on the neighbor's camera, 2 separate flashlights walking in between the yards, which the trash truck does not do. They don't need to. All of the trash is at the curb. They have never, ever gone. Matter of fact, when you sign up for services, they tell you in the email their rules and regulations. If your trash is not by the curb, they don't take it. Unless, you're an elderly person, you ask them. If your trash is like in the front of your house and you ask them, they'll come and get it like that, but they won't come around the back or in between houses. That's bull monarchy. That is not how that works. So there were no cars that came up their street and then left up their street and left. The only car that was ever seen was the one that was on Kellen that parked on the corner of Stafford and Kellen for about 3 or 5 minutes, where the flashlights came towards it, backed up and left. And then the trash truck, and then Katie's SUV, and then the police, or then the school bus, and then the police. So there was no other car that ever drove up Stafford.
Was it a car that the lights went to? Or like an SUV or a car? Like what type of vehicle was it?
I don't know. I don't remember. It just the words that I was told was unidentified car. I don't know if it was an SUV or a car or what. That was just what I was told. It was an unidentified car. And that was another thing, is when I asked the lead detective, I said, this car that was on Kellen, he was like, yeah, we already figured that out. That was an Uber. And I was like, no, the Uber was a neighbor on Devon that ordered an Uber about 5:30 to go to the airport. I know that. But the car why would a car sit on Kellen if they were going up the street to get the customer to leave? I mean, you don't sit there.
Sorry, I don't.
Coincidentally, at the same time, lights are flashing around the time.
Well, at the same time, the trash truck would have been through there. So you wouldn't have gotten that confused. Why would a car be sitting on our road like around 3:30, 4 o'clock Monday morning? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he didn't.
Integrity of the investigation, no comment.
That's what I would have done. I mean, that's usually what they do. Why argue with me and try to convince me otherwise? It's like he was trying to convince me. Leave that alone. Stop talking about it. That's not part of this.
Gotcha.
Hey, Star. How are ya? Okay, so she said a lot in the video. I think one of the main things is that they don't go in between. So it wasn't the trash man going in between houses to help like an elderly person with their trash bin or anything like that. They don't do that. So, and then, hey Jude, I'm so sorry. If you could just text me, because I have my personal Facebook on my other phone. Oh, Django's on the loose. Yeah, exactly. Hey Jude, if I had a sweet little kid like Sebastian, I'd invite the kids over. I know, it's like, I don't know. They had several pools in the neighborhood, and it just seems like he never got to go and do anything with the other kids. Obviously, none of the neighborhood kids came over to Chris and Katie's house. It's not like they were out playing in the yard ever. So that's a lot of the time when you initiate conversations. I guess maybe they never walk their dogs. That's another time that you meet your neighbors and initiate conversations with neighbors and get to know people, is when you're walking your dog, or when your kids are just playing outside, then other people's kids come over and say, can they play? You know, you guys all know the drill. Those of you that have kids, dogs, I don't know, maybe cats go for walks too in the neighborhood. And so yeah, I mean, it was very strange. And then also Chris tells Duchess for the Missing, when he was on her panel, he says that, they see Sebastian taking the trash out. And I thought that was very odd, because obviously it seems like he's setting up some sort of picture in everyone's mind that the neighbors saw Sebastian taking the trash out. I mean, it's kind of weird that they're taking the trash out, and then, excuse me, it's kind of weird that they're saying that he's saying they would see him taking the trash out, and then Bobby says she didn't see him at all. So it's very weird, and we've heard a lot of contradictions, but then this time we're hearing it from a neighbor, and Chris is saying, well, our neighbors will tell you. So, but the neighbor didn't tell us that. The neighbor told us that she never saw him out there. They didn't have a playground. They didn't have trampolines, nothing for him to play with outside. None of his toys are outside. So, and initially when I heard that, oh, I forgot to tell you guys this. So, those were excerpts from the Polished Turds. So it was the very first one that I made in the series, and those are just excerpts of like the ones that I made back then. I said that it could have been probable cause for the landfill search in Kentucky. And so I think that, because they were saying it's just precautionary, they were telling all the news outlets that, and the news outlets was telling us that, but come to find out, there was probably a really good reason, and that might have been one of the reasons why, is because the community members were saying things. And so that is why in the last live I was trying to say that Bobby is super brave for coming forward, because she's the only one that really ever showed her face and did it like an in-face interview that I know of. If there's another one, I would love to hear it. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting that she said all that. And then also she's adamant that it was two different circumstances. Another thing is that you see in the video, one light source is kind of coming up and kind of staying stationary while the other light source is coming over. And then they do whatever. She says 3 to 5 minutes by the car. And then the other light source comes back, and it's very hurried. Like the first time they're kind of going, you see the light turn off, and then you see it turn back on again. I didn't know if they were clicking the flashlight off, and using it for a minute and then clicking it off, and then using it for a minute, clicking it off. I wasn't sure if they were doing that at first, but then when I was looking at the picture of the aerial view, you could kind of tell that there was a lot of shrubs and houses. So even if the camera was catching that light source, that might be why it was clicking off for a minute and then clicking back on. I'm not sure, just a couple of possibilities just to think about. But yeah, it's pretty obvious that someone's hurrying back to the house on that one. So. And Trishy says, such cool yards they had there too. And the common area looks like a playground for a kiddo. Yeah, that would love to play ball and stuff like that. Yeah, I could see the kids playing out there. I could see just like, it seems like a really cute little community. And according to Bobby, in the community, everybody knew each other except for maybe in the last 5 years. She said people had moved in, and because of COVID, they really didn't interact as much in the neighborhood as they used to. I know when I was growing up, we had a whole bunch of like barbecues. Everybody had pools. We just go to house, and it was just something that we would do block parties. I don't know if people do block parties in other areas and things like that, but like in Chicago, they do block parties. And so everyone would come out, bring food, you'd swim in everybody's pools, and it was just a good time. People would play music and whatnot. Yeah, he has plenty of friends and extra family members now, that's for sure. Forever Nikki's mom, that's for sure. And Trishy says CP does contradict this by saying all the neighbors knew Sebastian. I can't remember which interview he said that. Yeah, I think it was that same one too, Trishy. I think it was the same one with Duchess on March 17th. And she was asking him about that. And he said, oh yeah, everybody knows him. He doesn't go outside a lot. He also added in that interview, which I clipped it out, but he said that like he cuts the grass. And I thought that was so weird because I think they would have remembered seeing him out there. And then also when they were interviewed on Queen Bee, Katie said that Sebastian's allergic to grass. So I don't know why he would be out there clipping the grass if he was allergic to it. And the way that their yards are set up, like it's a pretty good, I think it's a pretty good size front yard. The backyard too is a pretty good size, but it's not like they have a privacy fence or anything. So you can see the front and the back grass. So, yeah. Yeah. And Hey Jude says, Star Lambert, I agree. He could have had Facebook friends. That's right. Yeah, or kids at school. Exactly. I think, and he was a very personable kid, just from looking at him and just the interactions with how he was with other people. Like when he was playing tag when he was little, I remember Seth put that video out and he was like tagging all the kids and they were having fun. They were tagging back. So I don't see how he was having trouble making any kinds of friends. He seemed like just a very likable person. And so, I'm sure if they let him out of the house. Now, one of my theories is that he was and I hear this a lot from viewers, that he was very isolated. And that's very unfortunate for him because I'm sure he would have loved to interacted with the kids outside. Maybe he was an indoor kid, but there's a lot of kids that are indoor kids. They could have went in and played video games together and things like that, but it seems like he was always in trouble. I remember when I was listening to one of Smiley's interviews just a few days ago, he said, sure as shit, he got in trouble. And that was his exact quote, guys. Sure as shit, he got in trouble. And it's like, well, if you make it sure as shit, then he probably will get in trouble. And I'm sorry to swear a bunch, guys, but that was a direct quote from the foot. And Hey Jude says, made me sad. Yeah, it makes me really, really sad too, because he should never have had to deal with that. And then also he was just a great kid and he would have been a joy to have at the house. When my daughter was little, like we'd have the kids over and stuff like that all the time, and he would have just been a joy to have over. He really would have been. I grew up in a neighborhood like that and all the kids played together. Yeah, Jude, that's what I'm talking about. That's what they have. That's such a good thing to, and too, like neighbors look out for each other and all the kids. So if he had ran away, somebody might have seen him and been like, oh, okay, I know who that is. But if they don't know that even a kid lives there, it doesn't even, and that's what Bobby said. It didn't even look like any kids live there. That's really sad. They were there for, I guess, a year and a half, but still, I mean, that's enough time to go outside and do things. So, and Star says the internet is a big part of extracurricular socialization, but I have a feeling that wasn't the only area he was overregulated. I know, exactly. Like, and it is. It's a very, like, especially for kids who don't like to go outside, it is an extracurricular activity for them, a way for them to socialize with other people. And I feel like they were just not allowing him to do that on any level. And that would have been the easiest thing for him, and maybe the most comfortable thing for him would have been to interact with kids online. And I think that he was overregulated in so many different areas that he just didn't, there was no choice for him but to be by himself. It seems like they made it so. And it's just really unfortunate. And Freebird says the area behind the house has a ditch that runs through the middle, dividing the yards. The mob crew goes over that. It's like a 4-foot deep ditch for water to drain. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Hold on. Let me show you guys what we're talking about. There we go. And it kind of like dips down, see? So that line that goes straight through the middle there, you can kind of see it. And it's like, it's not a big ditch. It does, or, I mean, it doesn't look like 4 feet. Okay, so it's 4 feet. And it doesn't look like it, of course, because it's the aerial view. But it doesn't look like it's very deep at all. But it's, 4 feet deep. And so maybe they would have had to, depending, I don't think there was water in it that night. But it would have maybe been like kind of swampy and stuff if there had been a rain, in the immediate time frame of this happening. There may have been if it had just rained. Let me try to zoom back in like a little bit more on that. But you could see it. It's just right there. Like it almost looks like a faint little road, but it's not. And maybe that shows how deep it is too. So yeah. Thank you so much, Freebird. That's awesome. I definitely need to go check out that video. It sounds super interesting. They have a service that cuts the grass, by the way. Oh, okay. So they do have, well, there you go. They have someone that cuts their grass. So why would Sebastian be out there cutting the grass? No, he's allergic, and they already have somebody that does that. Thank you. Hey, Jude. That's amazing. Thank you. And then Star says indoor kids with outlets. That's right. That's right. I love that. Hey, Dreaming. Nice to see you. Yes, I hope he's found soon, very soon as well. I really hope so. Hey, Jude says, when my son was a teenager, I loved having his friends over, and we would have soda and Hot Pockets because boys love to eat. That's right. Exactly. And then, you can buy all the different types and they can choose whatever Hot Pocket they'd like. I love Jim Gaffigan's bit about Hot Pockets. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody in. And then Freebird says, yeah, the mob crew does a thing on that. The lights disappear because he suggests they went down in the ditch and came back out. Oh, okay. 4-foot ditch. They went down into it. Yeah, that would make sense. Because, I mean, you're going to hold the flashlight down more so you wouldn't really see it, right? Like 4 feet. I'm wondering how tall Katie is. That's interesting. That's really interesting because I'm still confused on whether he made it back to the house or he didn't make it back to the house. Because for the longest time I was thinking, well, I think he did make it back to the house, but she parked in the garage and that's why we didn't see him, right? But then again, those videos kind of told a different story when they were just released, and maybe it was just a snap judgment, but it really opened up the possibility that he never did make it back. And then also Bobby said that they didn't, I mean, we don't know that, and that the trash can video is, you can't really see it. It's so dark. So, and Forever Nikki's mom says, hey, Jude, Nikki always had friends over, and to this day, most still call me mama. They're like extra kids to us. Aw, they're like bonus kids. My daughter had quite a few of those. When Clue drove by the house, the lawn mowing service was parked out front. Oh no. Oh no. Well, there you have it. I mean, you just can't. That's the thing about the truth. I mean, that's the thing about the truth is that It's always going to come out, even if it's like little by little, even if it's just like a little piece here and there, you're always going to find out whether it's someone's true intentions, whether it's an event that happened and people are trying to paint it one way or another. It always comes out in the wash. So that's a silver lining, and I love silver linings. And Freebird says it might be deeper. I don't know for sure. He has the drone footage. Oh, cool. Okay, so yeah, but even so, like, say, I mean, I don't think Katie's that tall. Sebastian's 5'5". I don't think there was more than two, the two flashlights. I see like some headlights and then the flashlights. So or excuse me, and there's also a possibility that it's floodlights. The more that I looked at it, so it's very hard to tell. I just wish we had the raw footage would be really nice to have, but we can always speculate on what we have. And Dreaming says our computer and gaming systems are in one room, and my husband with our son is pretty much is in there all the time. I still check. I still check. I think all that stuff should be set up in open areas of the house until children are 18 at least. And I know they want privacy, but if including parents and all that, it can be fun too. Yeah, exactly. Like you can have a family game night. Like I know the Wii's are really fun to do, and interactive. But I don't know. I just think anything that you can do to involve yourself and your children's interests is good. Even if it's something that you're not particularly interested in, it's always good to get with them and say, okay, well, what are you doing? Okay, well, let me see if I could do that. Or, I mean, I'm horrible at some of those video games, like especially like Halo and all that kind of stuff. It's weird. I'll just be like stuck in the corner, not knowing what I'm doing. And Hey Jude says, Forever Nikki's mom, I love making all the kids happy. They rollerblade in the driveway and played video games. I love kids. We had sleepovers and pancakes. That's right. Exactly. Those are the times like that I miss so much. Because like I know my daughter's not going to come over with all her college friends and sleep over, but maybe they will now that I live in Florida, because I know my daughter can't wait to come down here. So I'm speaking as a parent of an autistic, high-functioning child. It's working for us now. Exactly. And the thing is, too, Dreaming, is that's one thing that really interests kids with autism is video gaming. And I need to pull it in, and I'll do a clip on it maybe tomorrow night. But yeah, I did one on a young man, and he has like a whole bunch of YouTube followers. He just plays his video game and shows them how to play it, and he absolutely loves it. And it's something that he's comfortable with. He makes, he can make some extra money at it, and it's something he loves to do. And that's all we can hope for our kids, is something they can find that they love to do and that they can make some money at it. Yep, and Hey Jude says we can keep an eye on them and keep them safe without isolation. Exactly. Yes, and I think just open communication, like Dreaming was saying too. You guys are so right. So it's like it's just one of those things that if you isolate them, or if you're always on to them about everything they're doing, it's like you're not even giving them a chance to grow and have a good life, and then also they're not going to want to be around you. Like they're going to want to get away from you as soon as possible, because that's just what happens. I mean, nobody likes to be told what to do all the time. I mean, especially a teenager. Teenagers are really high strung, and headstrong, and they want to do what they want to do. They kind of think they know everything. They know they're getting older. They're kind of in an awkward situation where they do know a lot, but they don't have any life experiences as much. We're just kind of still teaching them life skills. With Sebastian, I know that he was learning how to do things on his own when he was staying at his dad's, when he was coming home after school. So I mean, he was seemingly a very independent kid on most levels, where he would know what to do. He could kind of hang out, do his homework, do his video games, and then I guess when Seth was working overnights, he slept a lot. He slept during the night. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, Gracie and Forever Nikki's mom says, "Hey Jude, I still have a house full every day, but now they are toddlers and preteens." And I love kids also. They're such rays of sunshine. Being grandma is the best thing ever. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, that's the best part, because then you could just be like, okay, go home, guys. But no, and I love kids too. I really do. I had babysat like for my little neighbor for the longest time, and she was just like the cutest little girl ever. But her mom had her brother had like a babysitter from the parent, the one side of the family, I should say. But then she was looking for a place, and I was like, of course I'll take her. She's so cute. And we would just, play with the Monopoly money. I'd like take it out, and she liked to play store, so she'd be the lady, and I'd be buying stuff at the store. It's so cute. The number of times they say "in trouble," we should count those up. Yeah, really. Oh gosh, don't turn it into a drinking game. We'd all be buzzed really before we knew it. Wait, what says exactly 100%. And as they mature, they'll know that they can call, come by and chat and laugh or cry, but build memories and talk about the old times is priceless. Exactly. Wait, what? I could not even say that better myself. That was awesome. And it's so true. Like, because that's what's going to make them want to come back around, was all the good memories you made. And it, like, I remember my daughter came over, and she was in college, like she was living at the dorms, but she came over for the weekend, and we played Monopoly, and she like kicked my butt in Monopoly. And I was like, I remember playing this with her when she was little, and she was still learning how to play it, and now she was like kicking my butt. So it was cute. It was really cute. But what I'm going to do next really quick, I think I have one more video. I'm so excited about these clips. Oh, okay, yes, that's it. So Bullhorn Betty did a quick video, right? I think it was like a TikTok. And I wanted to show a couple of clips from it, so I just put them all together. So let's
to the
watch
unscrupulous PI, and now the abuser of Sebastian's mother coming to social media to spread misinformation and disinformation. We learned that an unscrupulous PI has had information, predominantly who may be in the 3 a.m. video of the lights that Nick Barris dropped on March 14th. On that March 14th video, we saw lights in the common area leading to a singular vehicle sitting on the side of the road. According to Miss Bobby, one of the neighbors in that community, she stated that that was the only car that came and went that time of the day or night in that community after 6:30 or 7. By the next morning, when those lights were observed, 2 hours later, a trash truck came through the community. However, this unscrupulous PI has stated over and over again that he knows who the information is, and further states behind the scenes, not publicly. Publicly, he states that this is confidential information, but behind the scenes, he's communicating with people, telling them that this was a boyfriend and girlfriend, a boyfriend that had permission to be over at the girlfriend's house. It's convoluted. Then when we called him out on that, he starts saying, oh, it's a trash truck. The trash truck came in at 5 o'clock in the morning. Yet he specifically states he knows who the 3 a.m. call was about, or the car was about. And now we're learning he did have that information. However, he's under no obligation to notify law enforcement about his investigation. I thought our goal was to find Sebastian and bring him home, not withhold information, critical information in the disappearance of a 15-year-old boy. Mother of Sebastian's abuser is coming to social media after being quiet for many, many months. On December 7th, came to the public and stated that the father was only doing what he was doing for his son's birthday for clicks and views and monetary reasons. That wasn't enough distraction for people So now he's a pedo. This has been conversated about many, many times. People know that Katie, at one point when she was younger, babysat for Seth's ex. They had no relations. As a matter of fact, I think she only babysat for him a few times. They moved off, she moved off, and they didn't come into acquaintance until she was after the age of 18, where they ended up falling in love, getting married, and having a son that we know as Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. So my biggest question about all of this is, why are there so many distractions coming out all of the sudden? I have no idea, but I can tell you the range of view from the camera on the house is something like this, and you can clearly see the Proudfoot home in the background and the common area and all of the trees that are back there obscuring what would be known as the flashlight. So we had receipts, we did a live, we've debunked a lot of what the unscrupulous PI is saying, and now we got Mommy Dearest hitting the social media trail again, campaigning for her ruthless son that she's had nothing but problems with since he was born, including but not limited to him being required to go into the military or face going to prison. So this is the mother we're dealing with for her son, as she's screaming there's no 5 CPS reports, and we know darn well there are 5 CPS reports out there against the stepfather to this young boy right here. And there was one open and active when this child disappeared. Tony Mathis, the spokesperson for Seth Rogers, was in Virginia. Now, it sounds like they were in Virginia for a mission. We don't know what that specific mission was, but we do know that it didn't turn up any fruitful information.
Okay, so Tony went to Virginia, and I did hear about that, but I wasn't sure if it was true or not. But he did go to Virginia. They didn't really find anything out that they were looking for when he was there. I did want to show that too, because I didn't know that that was actually how Katie and Seth met. I didn't get too far into that, but I do remember when Yada was interviewed by Bullhorn Betty, and she told a way different story than what SF was pushing out about Seth. And I don't know why, and maybe it's just like maybe I'm just a little bit different than Katie, obviously, but if it was my my ex and people were out there calling him a pedo, like, even if he's been horrible to me and everything like that, I'm gonna go out and say, hey guys, this is what happened. Yeah, I knew him a long time before, blah blah blah. And then I reconnected. He asked for my hand in marriage because that's what Yada says that Grandpa Don did. Okay, the marriage. Seth did ask, which is very respectful, in my opinion. That doesn't really happen very often nowadays, but it used to be very customary for a man to go to the woman's parents, mainly her father, and ask. And so the fact that he went to Grandpa Don and asked for Katie's hand, I thought that was very I think that was a very gentlemanly thing to do. And so for them to take a big crap on what he, on their relationship and what his intentions were and everything like that, I think that is just the lowest of the low. And for Katie to just sit back and not say anything and leave everybody to speculate, especially some of the very harsh things that were said. I've heard Seth being portrayed and compared to Stephen Stearns, which is just, it was it makes me sick saying it, and it was sick when I heard it. Yeah, so that's really all I have to say on that. I found that was very, very interesting. And then also I wanted to give a little bit of background, because last time, I was telling you about the boyfriend girlfriend situation, and how that's what they're saying now is that, they were in an argument. But as you can see from the flashlight video, and we went over it last time, that it's not very plausible. And then also I believe that the camera angle isn't very plausible. So I'm going to go back. Hey, Megan Els, nice to see you. And Yeah, wait, what? For sure, for sure. Yeah, and you always want better for your kids than you had, right? You always want to give them better than you had. Um, Sometimes, life doesn't work out the way we planned it and everything like that, but it's always, you always got to put your kids first. They're and that goes into Joshua McCoy too, and we're going to talk about him later. Um, he was not put first. The house was filthy. Things like that. You don't sleep for 4 hours. You don't even sleep for an hour when you have a baby that little, especially when your little 5-year-old has autism and maybe he likes to get out when he's not supposed to get out. And I don't know. There's just so many things to get into, especially once they start walking, you can't really stop watching them. I mean, that's just how it goes. Dreaming says, I hope and pray they're hiding Sebastian. I want him to come home and see all the people. Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Jude said that. Yeah, exactly. I want him to see how many people love and care about him too. There are so many people that do. I mean, that kid would be getting Amazon package after Amazon package. It would be wonderful. It really would. It would. So CP went into the Navy to avoid jail. Oh yeah, hey Jude, thank you for thank you. Hold on. I got something good for you guys. Hold on. Oh my gosh. This is another one courtesy of Bullhorn Betty, but I thought it was cute that she found it. Oh gosh, let me find it. Yeah, but he goes into jail. Now, does anybody remember when Terry Lynn flat out asked him if he had to go, first of all, she asks him if he had to go to behavioral school. Did he graduate from a regular school? And then he's like, yeah, I did and everything. And she's like, well, did you go into the Navy because you got in trouble, or did you go in there because you had to get out of some trouble? And then he did that weird, laugh and everything. I don't know if you guys heard that, but it was pretty freaking hilarious. And then of course, we hear from Bullhorn Betty that might be true, and I just thought that was funny because I remember her asking him clear as day, so did you go into the military so that way you didn't, because you wanted to serve your country, or did you go in there because you were in trouble? And he was like, ha ha ha, laughing. That's him and his first wife. Poor lady. I feel so bad for her. At least it's a good picture of her. She's pretty. So, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm terrible. But look at that. That's so funny, though. His face. Okay. That's enough. Thank you, Hey Jude. I needed a good laugh. That was a good laugh for me. I hope you guys are laughing. But his face, that's kind of how he was with Terry Lynn, hey, trying to find number 6 there. And Terry Lynn's like, we'll scrap it out in the yard if you want, Star says, amen, wait, what? We can never be perfect parent, but you can always let your children know they're loved. Exactly. Exactly. And the kids out in the neighborhood too, I think you always got to let them know they're loved, especially when they don't have, it was hard for their neighbors because they weren't out and about. But if you know a little kid that comes by your house and they don't really have a good family life, where they don't know, what it's like to sit and eat dinner, it's always nice to have them over for dinner and have them overnight and stuff. I really wish somebody would have saw Sebastian and been hey, you want to go swimming in the pool with the kids or something. I mean, I really, really wish that was the case. And Forever Nikki's mom says Katie is just protecting herself. And yeah, her I know, her POS. Yeah, I mean, I agree. The step foot. Step-foot. I say they're the Foot Clan. If I'm talking about all 4, I'd say the Foot Clan. I guess there's 5 with Melissa, but oh goodness, Megan House. And Hey Jude says, my son is grown and I'm going to fly to Montana for a quick Christmas with him. He's my favorite person. Yes, I know, my daughter's my favorite person too. Like, I love having her over, and, like, when she comes, she usually stays in the Airbnbs, you know, but, like, when she comes to visit me, like, I really want her to just stay with me because I don't want, or I'll go stay with her at the hotel or something, I don't know, because I just want to spend every minute I can with her when she, when I see her. So, and Trish, she says, yay, can't wait for you to have a wonderful Montana Christmas. And it's probably beautiful in Montana. Like, I have seen pictures of Montana, and it's so beautiful. And Megan L says, yes, Terry did ask him. She knows, and and he knew she knew. That was the best part. That was the best part. Oh my gosh, that interview. I feel bad because I get so tickled at it, but I do. I get so tickled at it because, like, she just, left and right, turns him down, and it was really funny. It was funny. It was like blocking every advance, every, talk about that was disrespectful as heck. But, and it was also like not behavior becoming of a person who has a missing stepson out there. Like, I don't know. I think that just goes back to like that too. If you have a stepchild, you treat them like they're your child too, and the part of the family. And like, I don't know who you think you are going out with somebody who has kids and not treating their kids like they're your own kids. Like, I don't know. Don't date people that have kids if you don't like them. So, I hope all of you guys have a blessed Christmas. It's like sneaking up. It's gonna be here before we know it, and it is here really, because I'm sure there's all kinds of, like, a lot of people have been talking about like the Christmas choir, and you go to see the kids singing. I think that's so fun. The school recitals. It just puts you in the Christmassy mood. And then you go home and have hot cocoa and marshmallows, and it's fun. What's with KP being listed as a sister to the Cake family oh, I know. I don't know. I didn't see anything about that. I don't know. Send it to me if you guys have it, because I like to see things like, I like to know everything about what's going on, because there's so much stuff. It's hard to keep up with all of it. And then like I said, I was barely able to watch like the beginning of what Clue and Cletus were saying at Dolly's. So I still haven't even really seen, but I did want to read an SF what he said, like, because I have like a little like excerpt of what he said. But what a derp. I've seen that a lot. Megan else, I heard she was like a sister to the girl in the Cake family. Oh. Okay. It's a small world too. Like, there's a lot of, sometimes there's very strange connections that we have, even though, because guess that's where it comes from. It's a small world, but it's funny, like the connections that we can have and not even know it. And then when you find out, you're like, oh, you went to school with this person and I know you from here. And yeah, it's a small world. And Megan L says, hey, Jude, could that have been her adoptive family? Well, and that's kind of where my brain was going. I was trying to think. I started a family tree. If Sandy was in here, I know she's got a family tree going. Maybe, but I guess I don't know if she's putting those on there. It would be interesting to know, especially because if they think that there was a possible handoff, I don't know why every single family member wouldn't have been vetted. I'm sure they were, but it's just, just a question. I know Yeda said that was adamant, like, to her knowledge, she's not with any of our family members, and she's the Rosenbaum side. So, and Hey Jude says, Megan Nels, it's my understanding that Katie was raised by family members after she was removed from her. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. She went to Grandpa Don and her grandma And then she ended up going back too. So I know there was some other issues after that, which she didn't want to get too far into, which I understand that, just because I know like it's a very delicate situation, and I feel sorry about it. Um I don't wish that on anybody. I don't wish anybody to have any kind of pain or anything like that in their lives like that, especially when it's like a close family member. And oh, okay. So Tiffany Nicole, thank you so much for sending this. Tiffany Nicole Cake, 33, of Norfolk, Virginia, passed away on Sunday, July 10th, 2022. Born on May 23rd, 1989. Oh, wow, she's young. In Chesapeake, Virginia, to Deborah Harrison Cake and Richard D. Cake. And then Tiffany was a painter, she was a cook, she was a pastry chef, a server, and a tattoo artist. She loved to sketch and draw when she was not spending time with her family and friends. Tiffany was a talented and smart young lady that danced to her own tune. Huh, that sounds like a lot of us. Myself, I could see that. Tiffany was preceded by her uncle, Graham Frankie Harrison, grandfather Claiborne R. Harrison, and paternal grandparents Dorothy and Edward Spurl. And then Tiffany is survived by her parents, Deborah Pritchard of Virginia Beach, stepfather Russell Lex Luthor. Oh, Lex Luthor. Okay. Superman there. Let's see, of California, sisters Katie Lee Payne Proudfoot of Tennessee. Oh, and Brielle Hepp of Norfolk. And the soulmate David Hall and his mother Kathy Hall, both of Portsmouth. All right, Tiffany, who leaves behind a host of nieces and nephews, countless friends, and her beloved cat Slick. All right. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah. So that was her sister that passed away, huh? So maybe it was Cake's her married name, but that's her. And I'm sorry that she had passed away. She seemed like a pretty awesome person from all accounts. And Meganelle says, I'm thinking she was a close friend, only the Cake family. Oh, okay. Maybe she was like, I know a lot of people that like are chosen family members that are really close friends of mine that I like. My friend Billy's like my brother. So. Dreaming says, yes, that is what is so heartbreaking. Sebastian needs to be found safe, and all the other children and missing people. These times are supposed to be joy only. Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, it's just an awful time. I was really hoping, I know Tony said something about Sebastian being maybe possibly home by Christmas. And I don't know, I felt some type of way about that. I just kind of was like, I really hope so. I mean, I hate to jump the gun on stuff like that. I don't know. But Hey Jude says, Megan knows Katie's mom calls her Uncle Don. It could have been Yeda's uncle, maybe Katie's grandparents. Yeah, Katie's grandparents. Because Yeda, what's funny is I always think that Yeda's her aunt. I think I probably said that, guys, but Yeda is her second cousin. So her mom's cousin. And then that would make the grandpa, Don, her uncle. I believe that's how it goes. I need to find that little family tree and send it back over to me on this side. Oh, hold on one second, guys. I'm just gonna. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I had to exit out of there, and I think I just was muted. Thank you so much, Megan Els, for that, because I didn't hear about that. I wasn't pervy to that. But now I am. But no, I really appreciate it, because it's weird. Like, Tony was up there, but I don't know. Maybe he heard that maybe Katie attended. I don't know, though. Maybe he went up there to see what was going on. But I didn't hear anything about that, anything further from that. And no one did get arrested on the little Joshua's case. So Gracie's going to come up and talk with us later about it. They are changing from what I can gather. They are not going to make any arrests yet until they get the toxicology report back. If there's any indication that it contradicts the autopsy, the preliminary autopsy, where it says that his cause of death was hypothermia. The DA says he's not going to follow through with charges until he finds out more on that. And if the toxicology report has any evidence that they can maybe charge her with. But Gracie is a lot more versed in it, so I wanted to have her up so we can discuss it. I just feel so bad for that little guy. It's so sad. It's just so sad. I think that they need to at least put, I think they need to charge her with neglect and endangerment of a child. And that's just my opinion, because we have to do better for these kiddos, especially when they need us and they have special needs and things like that. Like, that's, I mean, it's just not right. Oh, yeah. Hey, Jude says, oops, edit. Yada calls him Uncle Don. It may be Katie's grandfather. It seems like, yeah, Abington. Okay, Abingdon, Virginia. MMM says, respect the social license, NY bus. Don't sell burgers, lawyers are criminals. Oh, okay. Yeah, come on up, Grace. And I don't know what this means, MMNN person, but I don't know. So, I mean, lawyers lie, right? That's what they get paid to do, is lie and defend people. She seems like someone I would have been friends with. Definitely. Thank you. I know. That's why I went over to my other thing. See, if it's an iMessage, I don't have service on my other phone, but I just still use it because well, it's got a bigger screen too. But I can get messages, so I got to be a pain in the butt and tell you to email it to me. Hey, Jude. She's gonna kill me. She's gonna be like, really? I'm like, email it, send it here. Okay. I'm gonna grab that link for. Oh, thank you, Dreaming. I know I muted because, like, when I went over, Donnie Donna's, Megan Els, me too. And I can't imagine the fear and betrayal these little babies felt. I know, exactly. I felt so bad too. I really do. I feel bad for Sebastian. He was, a teenager, but how long did he have to go through that? And then I feel so horrible for little Joshua, because he was about to be 6 years old. And it's just unfortunate. He just. Hey, Jude, you're hilarious. Thank you. I was afraid he was going to pop something up. I was going to have a Ron Burgundy moment, when he reads everything on the teleprompter. So thank you. Because I would pop it up on the screen and read it, and like, oh my gosh. I'm just trying to be interactive. I like to see your guys' chats, so I would try to do that. But and Forever Nikki's mom says, yes, you're exactly right, lady. Someone needs to help to be held responsible, and he was in her care. Exactly. That's what I really believe too, is that if it was the last, if you were the last person with, I mean, I don't know if anything ever happened, you know, I would feel so horrible. Like, I don't know what I would do with myself if it was an accident, whatever. Like, say she was asleep for a while and she went out. Yeah, it would definitely be on me, I would feel like. It's ladyfreedomsrawNarratives@gmail.com. I'm so sorry. I'm, I'm such a dork. I need to get it all. Like, I have separate things on there, so like I don't have to log into both. So like I'll just log into my personal one on this one, and then on my other one I'll use it on this phone. So because I go in there more often than my regular one. And I was trying to understand the name, and my head just said, Me too. Me too. I almost was like, glad to have you here, but then I was like, I can't pronounce your name. Yes, yes, exactly, for all the beautiful souls. And just that's one thing I wanted to kind of discuss too, is that okay, I will send it. I will send it. I know I need to, like, I don't know how to do it, but I will figure it out. For the longest time, Terry would be like, put your link in the chat. Like, if you have a channel, put your link down there. And then I'd be like, I don't know how to grab my link. Hold on. Took me a minute. It was bad. I was like, I'll finally do it. Let me go ahead. I'm gonna send Grace that link really quick. But yeah, one thing that really bugged me, and I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna go on mute for a second. Okay, thank you. I just feel like they keep failing, like, all of the kids, and so that's the really sad. That's the saddest part of all, is that I feel like they could have done a lot more. Oh, look at this one. This is great. Hold on, let me go ahead. Okay, hold on. What we'll do is do that. So it starts out with, all right. So we got KP, and then, oh, I can't tell if that says 89. All right, so KP is on the bottom, guys. You can kind of see this little Rosenbaum family tree. And I'll put the first two up there. So you can see Francis and Larry Payne. I believe it says Larry. Or Larry Paul, excuse me. And we haven't heard anything from Katie's dad. I would think he would come out and be like, hey, I'm Katie's dad. She's a good girl. She never hurt her son. And then you got these people on her dad's side. So David, Donald, Ralph, and John, it looks like. Rosenbaum. And these guys are all her dad's side. So they have a big family tree, or bigger than I thought, especially because nobody's come out and said anything. Like, hey, again, she would never do it. And then we got Yada, who Yada is, her namesake is Katie's second cousin's same name, and Charles up there. And let me just plug this bad boy in. And okay, there we go. And then on this side, we got Evelyn and, oh, I can't really read that other one very well. But it looks like 2 ants there. And then William and Francis turning all the way up there. So Francis is another family name, so they definitely keep names in the family and name. I mean, for a close-knit family like that, why hasn't anybody come out? I don't understand. That's just very, very strange to me that nobody would come out and at least say something except for Yada. And again, she's like super brave for doing that. You know? Yes, please, please. Thank you. Thank you, Hey Jude. Because I can see the little message when it pops down. I'm like, yeah, that would be great. She's awesome, awesome. So yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's so strange to me that nobody has come out. Nobody's come out at all. Let me go ahead. I think I got one more video. No, I don't. Okay, that was the last one. Oh, cool. Okay, cool. But guys, we got the clips in here. I'm like, oh, hey, Spirit Seeker Squad. Good to see you. Good to see you. Your last video, I went over and I was like, that was so awesome. And then I dropped the link, but I was looking for this his little face, because Katie said that was chocolate milk on his lip, and it does not look like that at all. And then like under his eye too. He looks very upset in this photo, like something bad happened that morning. I'm just saying. I think his eyes tell everything in that photo, and I think it's a very powerful photo. And yes. It's definitely, it's just so unfortunate. It's just so unfortunate. Dreaming says, when you do that, you remind me of Terry. She talks to herself a lot and she yells too. Still thinking we can hear her. I know she does. She does do that. It's hilarious. I love it. And then I tease her, so now I'm like laughing even harder because yay, thank you. Hey Jude. Hey Jude, could you mod Forever Nikki's mom? I've been trying to mod her for weeks and weeks. Like, I don't know. It's not been that long because I've been going live that long, but it feels like that. Feels like I've been trying to mod her for 30 years. And I'm like, why can't I mod her? I don't know. Yes. Yeah, I just don't even. Yeah, get Spirit Seeker Squad a wrench and then get one for, oh my goodness, because I'm like, I don't know what is going on, and like it's driving both of us nuts because I'm like, okay, comment. I was like, she's gonna think I'm just trying to get her to comment on my videos, but I'm like, okay, comment on my video because I can click on there and it says Forever Nikki's mom is a mod, and then all of a sudden it just, for some reason, it drops off, and it doesn't. When she comes in here, she's not blue, she's still green, and so I don't know what's going on. A pain in the butt. But yeah, so I would love to kind of segue into, because I know, oh, you know what? Actually, no, I want to read SF really quick. Really quick. Let me read SF. But just one more time. I'm sorry. Look at Chris's face. Oh my god. All right, I'm done being silly. I'm sorry. This is... Let's see. Okay, so SF says in part, and this is just kind of a paraphrase, But he says it like this: as you can see, Sebastian's home and the area behind it are not within the camera's field of view. What some people mistakenly thought was Sebastian walking behind the house is not possible because that area is not visible in the footage. As for what the lights are, we will leave that for everyone to decide on their own. And I don't understand that. Like, why do they want us to speculate? Why won't they just come out and tell it? If they're going to tell part of it, then you might as well just tell all of it. It's just my opinion. But as for what the lights are, we will leave that for through extensive technical analysis, including precise measurements of pixels and the consistent distances between the lights as they move across the screen, we are confident in our conclusions. However, we are not going to disclose our findings at this time. Everyone is free to form their own opinions, but those opinions should be at least based on accurate information. What is being presented by irresponsible creators is not accurate. Now, I haven't seen a whole lot of irresponsible stuff going on with creators, I have to say. I do think that it's irresponsible to not, to let everybody speculate and then to let one of these creators create this, because then it's saying that you should basically believe everything Clue and Cletus are saying. And really, the part that I listened to on Dolly, they were very humble about it. They were more conversational and, saying, well, we think they're flashlights too, and, just more kind of diplomatic approach. But I mean, this is their theory and this is the field of view. I do find it interesting that they're alleging that it came from this house on Stafford, right where that point is, right here, that little point. So just interesting. I don't think there was a very scientific approach from what I heard, but I will have to probably go over and listen to everything they were saying, because I hate to just piece up one little thing they said and then take it because he might have asked some different questions or they might have backtracked. I don't know. I didn't listen to the whole thing. No, it's not you, Forever Nikki's mom. It's me. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, it just like clicked in my brain. I'm like, oh yes, because I've been wanting to. Derp. And Spirit Seeker Squad says, and remember, Chris hadn't been home since 2/2/24, so February 2nd. Yes, so if the missing flyers picture was taken on the 24th, who was the adult around him before that Saturday? Exactly. Yes, like when Sebastian had, like right there on his throat, it looked like either someone grabbed him or someone hit him in his throat, like they throat punch or whatever. And like, oh my gosh, it looked like it was way worse before it got better. And I mean, could you imagine a kid's coming into your classroom and sitting down and seeing something like that, like on his neck? That's just awful. I agree. I know. I mean, who could have done it to him? And if anything, how come they're not being brought in and questioned about that? I don't understand why the police don't pull them in again for like ABUSC of a child or something like that and asking them, what is this, show this picture right here that's on the screen up here. What is this on his face? What is this? What happened here on this day? I think it's valid because you can definitely see like he had a shiner on his eye. Aw. That's a big family for only one person to speak. Yes, Megan Nels. And like Yada was saying like 100 strong or something like that. I was like, oh my gosh. I can't believe I just can't believe she's the only one. And that was really brave too. And that was a really good interview that Bullhorn Betty did with her. I mean, she asked really great questions. They got to a lot of meat and potatoes of the case, and Yada even said that she found it to be malicious. Oh, here we go. We got Gracie over here. I'm so sorry, Gracie. Hey,
Girl, you know
Gracie.
you're trying to, hey, you know you're trying to keep me
How
back
long
there
were you waiting
forever,
back there? Oh, God.
forever and ever and ever and ever. No, just not that long. Just kidding.
Oh, no.
Just
You're hilarious.
kidding.
Well, okay, good, because I kept trying to look. I kept trying to look, and then I was like, oh, she's back there.
Only a few minutes. It hasn't been that long, girl. You're doing great. It's no
Okay.
problem. If it would have been like long, I would have texted you like I have
Oh, yes.
before.
I
You
know.
know
I
what I
was trying
mean?
to keep my eyes on the other phone.
Yeah.
I was trying to. Yeah, see, Grace has an iPhone, so she can send it. She sends it over, and I can see it and see like, but I can see short messages like or like the beginning of them on here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
I'm
mean, you're
telling you, this tech
multitasking,
stuff, I'm gonna
girl.
conquer it.
Yes, your videos are so good. I love the way you have yourself with the photos of Sebastian on the screen when we're watching you. I love that. That's really creative. I like
Thank
that.
you.
You're
I
welcome.
like I kind of took it from like the YouTube shorts, when somebody points at something. I figured I'll take some pictures of myself pointing and put me on there.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I just dropped the video. It's just a little bit over 4 minutes about Joshua. Because we
Oh, awesome.
watched a few, I was sending you those clips the other night, and thank you for playing them on your channel. About his situation and the fact he went missing out of his home. We just don't know into the woods, a mile or so, almost 2 miles, right? I believe.
Yeah, it was like 1.6 miles, so like I guess a mile and a half, but I heard a different report that it was like 1.8, so it's hard to tell, but it was a straight line from his house. I know that. They had said that.
Straight line from his house.
Yeah.
However, the mother's car tires impression matches her tread, and it's fresh and it's in the dirt. So I mean, he didn't drive himself there. He was left there for a few days, 3 days, until they found him, and he was naked and it was wet, and he didn't have any dirt or anything on his soles of his feet. It just breaks my heart. And then come to find out, she has again reports from CPS or DHS, and they obviously, I just breaks my heart. I'm sorry. It really upsets me.
Oh, I
So
know. I know, Grace. I know. I
yeah,
know.
then they investigated. The investigators went to her home and such, and they said there was illicit drugs all laying all around. The house was inhabitable, especially for a young child to be living there. But it was that filthy. Plus
Mm.
syringes. Now she did have an unopened box of Narcan in her bedroom. Which, listen, everyone should be carrying Narcan, because you may save a person's life, and it may be your neighbor's child, it may be your neighbor, it may be your spouse. You just don't know when something could happen. So I know we keep Narcan in our home. So anyhow, yeah. So justice for JJ, because we're not really sure. I'm just really upset they're talking about not charging her. I'm like, how can you not charge her? How can you not charge her? She was in his care. What
I
is
don't
happening?
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. He was 5. He was autistic and nonverbal. Oh, plus his phone was there, but it was on airplane mode. And he's an extremely smart child. So I don't understand. I just don't understand how they can't charge her. At least with neglect, But I have
Yeah,
not
or like
heard. I have
bad
not.
living conditions or something. I don't know. There's got to be something they can do.
Well, the other night when your co-host guest up here, Rich, said that the iPhone followed him, like the iPhone was saying he walked with it. I've not
Hmm.
been able to find that anywhere. I cannot find that anywhere.
I mean, the only thing that I thought was odd is they said that they did catch like a vicinity, because of course you know how it pings off, and then it could hit like any amount of those, like the little oh gosh, I don't even know what they call them, but when it pings off the tower, it's going to be a certain area. So it did ping in the area, but
Mhm.
then but if her tire tracks were right there, then she could have flipped it to airplane mode and then drove, left.
Well, the phone's okay. So the phone pinged while he was walking. Is that what we're saying?
I don't think it did. I think it probably pinged like in the area
The
before.
area. to help find him.
To
Okay.
help
'Cause
find
the
him, yeah,
phone
because I
will
mean they didn't find him based on that. They just kind of got a general vicinity from
general
it, but then
because your phone will still ping on airplane mode. It just won't give you a direct or an exact location.
right, exactly. So I think that I don't think that's right, because I think that, and even in the reports they stated that yes, they did use the ping to find the area, but when they got to him, it was on airplane. And I don't think, since that was his only way to communicate, I don't think he would have um just clicked it on airplane mode. I think he would have known the difference, even because he, like you said, he's extremely intelligent. Extremely intelligent.
Just don't understand what went wrong here. I do know her friends have come out and spoke. She was the ones she was living with in Utah, and they said all she would do is sleep all the time, and she wouldn't take care of Joshua. You know?
Yes, and that came from her friend in Utah who called who was the one that called it in, not her, right? She called the friend.
Correct. That's correct. So, okay, so that's another thing that gets me. You are calling a friend to say, hey, blah, 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 blah. Oh, and my son's missing. I don't know where he's at. So your friend calls it in, and so how are they not charging this woman?
I know, and in Utah, like how far, I wonder how far away that would, I gotta look, but I'll see.
I just don't understand it. I'm just saying I don't understand where Rich got his comments that the phone was showing investigators that he walked out, because I've not been able to find that anywhere.
I didn't see it anywhere. When he was asking about, like, he was like, well, what about that? What about that? I'm like, no, I don't think that's true, because I didn't see anything. Like, because look how far, that's like 9 hours away. Just that's a rough, just like Utah to Oregon. But like, wow.
Yeah.
Why would you call somebody that's that far away?
She probably didn't think they were going to call the authorities, is what I'm guessing.
I'm glad she did, because I mean, and the thing, yeah, like you said, if he's completely clean,
yes,
he couldn't have walked over there. I guess, and that was what was weird. The district attorney was saying, well, I'm waiting for the toxicology report, but based on the autopsy, if it's hypothermia, then she can't be charged. But what if she allowed him to, like, what if while she was sleeping he did go in the backyard, and and then she found him like that and then put him out? That's still tampering with evidence, a body, and all that jazz. Like, they could probably still get her on something.
Well, absolutely. And besides that, with hypothermia, it was wet conditions he was laying in. The ground was wet. So, maybe he got hypothermia from that. So, I mean, it's cold up there, guys. It's Oregon. It's really cool. So,
yeah, how I wonder how cold it does get up there, because I know anytime you're in the upper states, it's like the winters are harsh. Even Chicago winters, it would be bitter cold, and they'd be like the wind chill plus, it'd be like 20 degrees with the wind chill. It's like -2 or some crazy stuff like that.
Oof.
So
I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do all that bitter coldness. So, goodness, I just really feel for this little boy, and I just want the right thing done. We cannot.
Was there any frostbite, Gracie?
Not that I'm aware of. No, like the autopsy's not been completed yet, so I'm sure more will come out. And I'm wondering if the authorities possibly, the switch audience says, possibly could be saying this because Angela, they can't find her. They haven't been able to locate her.
Oh, see, that's another thing he was saying. Oh, they talked to her. I'm like,
No, they haven't. They talked to her before she went into hiding. Like, they talked to her initially, and her time frame changed about her 5-hour nap, became a 2-hour nap, became a 3-hour nap. All that, right?
Right.
Changed. But they haven't talked to her since. They can't find her.
Her own friend said that she liked to nap all the time and not take proper care of him, though. That's what's so weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It is weird. And then with the tire matching,
Harrelson case, his mom didn't call 911 and his best friend's mom did. That's weird.
That is weird to me too. I mean,
I
these
mean,
people
why
are
wouldn't you
going.
call him?
First thing I would do if I did not see my child anywhere around, I'd be asking, for authorities' help. And then, of course, my neighbors, and I'd be a mess. I'd be a huge mess.
Oh gosh, yeah, crying, running around. Where is he? Where could he be? Especially when it's cold outside, and he's just a little guy. I mean, somebody could snatch him right up. That's the scariest thing.
It is scary. Our neighbor, her son, was reported not at school, and she's like, but he was at the bus stop, which is right out in front of their home, right at their end of their driveway. And she saw him outside. She's like, so I know he got on the bus, so she's upset. We're like, we're gonna go around and look for him. I mean, she's hysterically crying. And the police show up. Anyhow, he decided to skip school. And she didn't know this. Of course. So anyway, when he saw the police, he was up in a tree, like the house is down. And when he saw the police, he's like, oh, I better go home. I'm in trouble.
They're looking for me.
Yeah, they're looking for me. But it broke my heart to see her like that. And I was like, wow, it scared me, but the whole neighborhood came together looking for him, and thank goodness everything was okay. And he was all right. And I don't think he's going to do that again, but
Yeah, exactly. They're like, oh, everybody was looking for, it's probably kind of scary for them too. And they realize like, whoa, I could have been.
Yeah, she saw her at the bus stop or at the end of the driveway. She's like, okay, I'm gonna go, take my shower now. And then she's getting a call from the school. Your son's not here. She's like, what do you mean my son's not there? He got on the bus. Well, actually, he walked away and skipped school.
Oh, how funny.
Yeah. So at least it was okay, and he didn't get snatched or things like that can happen too.
Yeah, absolutely. Things, I mean, that's the thing, like, and too, like I said, but by the time they start walking and stuff, you just have to watch everything because, like, they can get into stuff. And then also, could you believe that there were like pill bottles everywhere, prescription med bottles everywhere, all over the house too? Like,
and syringes.
Oh my gosh, he could have poked himself.
Yeah.
What is it? There's a lot of bloodborne illnesses that he could have. Obviously, she's having parties at her house and stuff. It sounds like, unless those were all hers, but
sounds like it, possibly, for sure. Yeah, and who knows if those were all her prescriptions or if some of this was just bottles filled with other things that she's purchasing or getting somehow. Illicit drugs and such.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just guessing if it was that much stuff around, she had to have been like constantly partying all the time and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jen and Don, though, good to see you.
Hello, good to see you, and hello to everyone in the chat. I can't comment in the chat right now, so hello.
I know it's hard for me because I have it on the tripod, so I can't really like go in and type anything, or it would take me forever. So
do you think that's a possibility that since she's missing, maybe they're saying to her local news stations and stuff, she won't be charged as hypothermia to get her to come out? Because they can always change their minds. Ellie lies to us all the time, right? To get her to come out from wherever she's hiding at so they can arrest her, question her more. Or at least question her
that's
more.
a really good point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, they might be just doing that. They might just be like, say they don't want to tip her off, so they're like, we're not going to charge you with anything. We just want to talk to you.
Right.
I don't know why they haven't showed her face though, so people can see who she is.
I don't either, but it's on the video I just uploaded. So I only found 2 pictures of her. 2 photos.
I'll play it in a second here. Yeah, hey Jude. So, excuse me. Yeah, Spirit Seeker. So, he was found in the woods. I read that the clothes were near him. Is that right?
I'm not sure if the clothes were near him or not. He was naked though, so I'm not sure about that.
I know. That's why I'm like, if he didn't have any clothes on, like, you would think somebody would see a little naked guy running around and be like, hey buddy, where's your clothes? Let's get you a blanket, let's find your mom, you know what I mean? So it's just like,
Right, exactly. So you read that about the tires, right? Too?
yes, yeah,
Yeah,
the
I
tire
did too.
tracks they got the mold and it fit her Porsche, is what I
Yes.
saw.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's
Okay, yeah, because
crazy.
everything I'm saying is facts, and I said it in the video, but then also put the receipt behind the video, which was the news clip, receipts. So I just, goodness, I just don't want another little young boy or young child not to get justice.
I mean, why didn't they take him out of the home is my big thing. Like, how come they never took him out of there?
I know it. Just, I don't understand it. I don't know what more they need. The house is filthy, right?
Mhm.
There's drugs everywhere. What more do y'all need to take a child?
I know. It seems like kids have been taken away for less than that. So I guess I don't understand why they wouldn't just intervene. And then also, did she have any family there? I know dad was in Ohio. Could he not have gone? Is this another case where the dad didn't know? Do you know anything about that part? Like, did the dad know what was happening over there, or
The
was
dad
he?
did not know about the CPS. He did not know.
I don't know why they don't call the other parent. It doesn't matter. You need to call them and just see what's up with them. If they're in bad shape, don't give the kids over, but
Give them the courtesy of letting them know what's going on with their child, regardless, you know, unless they lost all rights to the child, but that's not the case here. So, he was there when they found his little body. He went to Oregon to look for his child, but no, he didn't know that about CPS,
mm,
DHS. Yeah, I think it's DHS in Oregon. Actually, I know it is CPS here in Louisiana, DHS in Oregon. So, excuse me.
I know because it's like all different ones, right?
It is all
Yeah.
different. And you know what else? They need state to state records because records are not, they do not cross states with CPS.
Yeah, absolutely.
Social
Absolutely.
services, foster care, all that, they do not cross states. They sure do. Because I mean, you can have a parent that's been abusive and then they lose their child, right, to foster care, and then
Mhm.
they move states and then they adopt a child because the other state doesn't know about it.
See, and that's what's so weird. Like, they're so closed off that there's no accountability and
Nope.
then there's no transfer of records. So, how are we supposed to keep track of these kids? That's why they're falling through the cracks so much.
Hmm. They sure are. Yep. I don't know how we're supposed to keep track of them. It's worrisome. It really is. And I know CPS is overworked, but my goodness, need to remove them. And he couldn't talk, so he wasn't gonna. He's not nonverbal. He could express himself somewhat, but you know, just poor baby. And he was gonna be 6 in just a couple of days. He's just the cutest little thing.
I know his little face is so adorable. When I saw him on Smiley was like, "Hey, could you guys share this out?" And I just saw his little face. I'm like, "Oh, heck yeah." Not that I don't, share everybody, but it's like he's just so adorable. And that was right when it happened. So,
Yeah,
they were quick with finding him 3
they
days
were quick,
later.
quick with finding him. Yes, and then people were initially blaming the mom and saying some horrific things that weren't true. So I even said, let's not go there because we don't have any proof. Terry Lynn did too. We didn't want to do that, but now the more has come out, I think she needs to be found so they can talk to her and get to the bottom of things.
Well,
So
exactly, because that's the whole deal. I mean, I just don't know why they're not blasting her photo everywhere. Like, be on the lookout for this lady. Because what if, like, I mean, they know she's doing illicit drugs. They know that she is an unstable individual from all accounts. Why aren't they, like, trying? I don't know. I just feel like if that was anybody else, they would blast her out, or they would blast them out there. So why aren't they blasting her out, I wonder?
I don't understand it either. They need to have her driver's license photo up there and telling people, if you see her, contact us. Let us know where she's at. I don't know why they don't start with the people she knows and just right around there, and dealers and other things, and places you may go to, like they call them trap houses,
Mm-hmm.
things like that, because she's not back at her residence.
Do you think she stayed in the area, or is she back in Utah maybe?
Well, she doesn't have her car from what I understand, so who knows? See? So.
Wow. And then they can't find any, I guess if they're saying, yeah, I'd like to see like the full, we'll have more answers when that full autopsy is complete.
Yes.
All the tox stuff, everything,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Everything. I know his uncle is extremely irritated right now with the whole investigation, but I told him it's just going to take some time, unfortunately, for the toxicology report and stuff to come out. And I really hope they took some of his little hair and did it that way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It stays in the hair the longest.
Yes, it does.
And you can get any like hair follicle. I believe it's not always like your actual hair. I think you can get other body hair, and it'll stick in there too.
Wow. Okay. I just knew about the hair on her head, but that's interesting. I didn't know that. So.
I think I saw one where like somebody like shaved their head or something. And they're like, well, we can still take it from other places.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, that's good.
Uh-huh. Wow.
Yeah, because like there's all kinds of ways people try to get out of it, like dye their hair, do all this, shave their hair, all this, but it stays in there forever. Like I think you can do like a 7-year panel, like that goes back like 7 years.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That's wild. 7
Yeah.
years. Goodness.
I know, but you would think it'd be like more faint if you took it like say you were 6 years sober or 7 or 5 years sober or something like that, and they
Right.
took it and they could say, okay, well, you haven't done anything in 5 or 6 years. I don't know. That'd be interesting to kind of like do a deep dive into that.
That is interesting.
Yay,
So,
forever Nikki's mom is in blue. Yay, yay, yay. I
about
need you to
time.
be able to get it. Look at me. I'm like, I can't get it. Thank you for dropping Gracie's link. You guys go check Gracie out. I'm going to play her video.
Thank you. Okay, but you can play it, girl, but please go over there and leave a comment or something. I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, go over and leave a comment. That's true, right? Because yeah. You want the comments, the shares. I always like the shares. When people share stuff out, I'm like, oh, thank you. And Trishy says, seems DHS/CPS spend time focused on the wrong parents sometimes. I know. Oh, hashtag take care of Maya, for example.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to say that. Yes, they sure do. Oh, that whole case there was just so disturbing.
Yeah, absolutely. They all are. Like, I can't imagine. And like little kids are closer to the ground, so it's like they're exposed to all of that. If there's like, even like cat and dog excrement and stuff like that all around. But for human waste to be around, I don't see like obviously she wasn't changing his butt. She wasn't doing the things she was supposed to be doing. That's terrible. That's just terrible.
No, it is terrible, isn't it? He could have gotten really sick. She could have gotten really sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so unhealthy to have that.
It's very unhealthy.
It just makes me have the heebie-jeebies.
I know. I hope squad, and it yeah, Gracie, it gives me the heebie-jeebies too. It's like it just like you said, and then also just where did he eat his food? Did he have a little table to sit at when he ate, or did he have to eat around all that crap? I mean, either way, it's gonna smell horrible in there.
Oh, right. And then of course she's not cleaning because of the state of the house. So at the very least, I would say child endangerment at the very least, and I understand it carries a misdemeanor of all things. But
yeah,
this is ridiculous. I'm just so fed up with this. He's gone, and she should have done better by her son. Bottom line. So put, devices on your doors and things so they can't get out. Lock your doggone door. Do a doggone deadbolt with a key and keep the key with you around your neck. So the child can't get out. Something.
Yeah, I mean, I know I know you can do the window and door alarms in case, because I know sometimes, they'll go out a different way than the door and stuff, but yeah, because they do that to alert you to somebody coming in and out of the house. So I think there maybe should be some kind of an initiative, but then again, if it's a parent like this, it's not even going to matter because they don't care. They're just like, so I just don't see how you could, like you said, she could live in it. He's living in it. It's just so awful. It's so awful.
Well, I do know, not personally, I don't personally know, but speaking to others, and when you're in the throes of addiction, nothing else matters but your next fix. So if, unfortunately, that kind of sounds like she may be dealing with some of that. It's no excuse.
No, you're right, though. That's a valid point that she's just so far into it that that's all she's wanting to do. And then he's kind of just there. It's just too bad he couldn't have went and lived with his daddy because if you could tell, and it's different too because he has a military background, so I'm sure like he didn't keep house like that. He kept a clean house and that sort of thing. So I mean, at the very least, that I just can't imagine. I just can't imagine not knowing what was going on and then hearing that and then having to come all the way over and finding out that the most horrible thing that could happen happened. And
Oh, I know it. And I feel so bad for the person that found him and carried him down the hill. Just it's hard for everyone.
well,
So
I found like really I guess not even interesting, just kind of poignant. It was when his dad was crying and he's like, I gave him my mouth swab. I did everything they asked me to do because I didn't have nothing to do with it. I'm a victim here. And that
right.
was like so heartbreaking.
Right. Yep. He wanted to be cleared quickly. So because I do know Angela, the mother, told them that she thought he came and got him, that he came and took his son. But they were able to quickly prove that no, he didn't. He was in Ohio, like confirmed. It's no
So
way
they definitely know that he was lying.
that she was lying.
Or yeah, that she was
Yeah.
lying. Sorry, yes, that she was
Yes.
lying. So
Yes. Yeah. Well, they know that, she said that she thought that. So, yeah, she was lying about it. She's lying about the whole thing, is what I think.
well, she's trying to take the heat off herself, and that's the most horrible thing. Like, I don't know. It's just
Well, do not tell me these tire treads match and then don't arrest her. I'm flabbergasted. So the only thing I can think is they're saying this to get her to feel comfortable, so to come out from wherever she's hiding at. They'll get her eventually.
yeah. I wonder if she's watching the news and trying to kind of evade where they're at. But then again, if they
Well, that might be one reason why the full autopsy hasn't been released yet. They're not going to release it to the media until they have her.
Oh, that's okay. Okay.
That just
Which makes
dawned on me.
sense.
Makes sense,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. I'd wait till I had her in custody before, and then I'm sure the police know, like, this is what it is. You really need to get her. But even if it is just hypothermia, come on. He didn't drive himself out there. It's 5. You know.
Exactly. Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, there's no way. It's just not possible. I know. You can say that maybe he put his phone on airplane mode, but then again, all the other things don't add up or match or make sense. So
They should be able to see when that phone was put on airplane mode too.
oh yeah, for metadata, huh? They can go back in
Yes.
and see.
Yes. And hopefully that will tell a tale.
And that takes time to go over all of that forensic evidence that they pull in too. So I can see where that would be time consuming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I've never heard of a DA coming out and saying that. So I think that you're really onto something there, because that's probably it. Like, they're just like, we just want to talk to you. we just want you in here. And she might be like, oh, you're right, like, but then again, I hope it works, because well, and in this day and age, you're just prolonging the inevitable. I mean, look at Hannah. She thought she was going to get away with all that fraud that she committed, and they found her in Mexico. So, I mean, you can't really hide. There's so many cameras.
Right.
And
I wonder what the statute of limitations is on someone marrying someone for a green card, knowing up front it's fraud, though. Like, someone says, hey, I want to stay in the States, so will you marry me? And I'll give you so much money. Or if there is a statute of limitations. I need to check into that.
That's a really good question. I know that, like, I'm trying to think, because I know my sister married a guy from England, and he came over, and it was a very hard process. It wasn't easy. It wasn't like they were like, oh, sure, you guys are in love, you're getting married. Like, they like interviewed them several times and made sure it was all legit. And
and it should be. It shouldn't be, that easy, because we just don't know who some of these people are, and people should come into our country the right way, with IDs and validation, fingerprints, that whole thing. Not just come in and know nothing, we don't even know who these people are. That's what I don't like that. So
I don't either. I just feel like there's just so many bad things, like that little girl that they found by herself. Like, she was so cute, an adorable little girl. Like, just for her to be all the way out there, and I think she came from all the way in Honduras or somewhere. Like, she traveled a far ways to get by herself, and then God only knows what happened to her when she was on the trip. So there's a lot of reasons why we need to really know what's going on. You know what I mean?
Well, we do, and there are tens of thousands of these children missing that came over. That no one knows where they're at. So that's scary too.
It is scary, because what if they're being trafficked and stuff? I mean,
they were trafficked. Of course, they were trafficked, because no one knows. No one can follow. No one. They're not with families. They're nowhere. They're gone. They're gone. It just breaks my heart. And the poor families. The mom and dad. They're like, we don't know where your child's at. Sorry.
I know. It seems like we just can't get. It's like we can't get it right. It's like there's all these people out there that are good people, and they want to have kids, and they would just love to have the cutest little, like this little boy, like Joshy or JJ. I love that. Like, he would be a joy, like Sebastian. I mean, same thing, but it's like, or that little girl they found at the border.
Yes.
Why don't they get the kids? Like, that's what I don't get. It's like, I know it's not a perfect world, but it would just be nice if we could get it right, like, more of the time than not, because it seems like all we ever hear about are these kids being hey Dorothy, being mistreated and things, and then they pass away too young. That never needed to happen, but they could have been with, like, a family that really wanted them.
Oh, I agree. And I think, more needs to be done, as far as, how you can hand a baby to places and no questions asked, which I think is a great program. I think that needs to be done for parents that are just at their wits' end before they harm a child.
Yeah, that would be really nice. That would be really nice. And I know that a lot of people want to have babies and stuff like that, but I think there are a lot of people out there that would love to have, like, someone JJ's age, where he's, like, 6 years old. I mean, yeah, I know that he didn't need somebody, like, obviously he's got a daddy, but it's like, you just would hope and pray that
Yeah.
the ones that don't and they need somebody that the ones that really want them would get. But then you hear like all these different foster situations where they're just doing it for money and different things like that.
Girl, do you have a lot of fuzz feedback?
Oh, do I?
Yeah, does anyone in the chats hear that?
Hold on. Let me turn it down. That might be. Is that good, Grace? Is that better?
No, I still hear it. Hold on.
Dang.
Might just be, if it's just me hearing it, it's no problem. I don't know.
I know, but I don't want to annoy you.
No, don't worry about it. I'm fine. Cat's fine. I'm fine. Don't worry about
it. You're like, I can hear all this crackling. Okay, yes, a little. Trishy says, okay, hold on. Let me do this.
Kind of sounds like a small breeze or a wind coming through.
Oh, you know what it is? I bet you the air kicked on.
Oh, it is. It's your air. That's what it is.
Okay.
That's what it is. Because I've heard it before, and you mentioned it. I'm like, yeah.
That's why I'm always wearing the cardigan, because it's like I'll be sitting here and I'll get really cold because the air will come on, and so it's like. But it was muggy. It's muggy outside. Like it's kind of humid, and so it's like I can't really turn it off.
Here today too. Let me tell you, it was a summer day. Hot, not as hot in the summer, but it was warm. I think we got to like 80 degrees today, but the humidity was high, and I was just like, "Oh, come on! I don't really."
That's too funny. That's too funny. Yeah, I know, because I mean, I'm not used to this like such nice weather every day, and 80 is nice. That's pretty nice.
No, it's better than 120.
Oh my gosh! See, I'm not gonna say that. Like, I'm gonna be complaining in the summer, like it's so hot. I'm dying, I'm melting over here.
You haven't had a summer there yet, have you?
I haven't. I haven't been here in a summer, so.
Okay.
It'll be, but I think I did when I was a kid, because like my aunt lived on Anna Maria Island and we came down, and I remember I was like, how do you get any relief when the ocean's so hot? And like, because like up north, if you go to the river, it's still cool. Like the water's still cold, if it's spring fed and stuff. So.
Yes.
But the ocean was cold, girl. When I went there on Sunday, it was like, I kind of put my chair in the water and put my feet in, but.
It was cold. That's good. I'm glad it was cold instead of warm.
Yeah, like I wasn't going to probably swim, but I just figured, But yeah, 80 degrees is quite warm for, a week before Christmas, I guess. A week of Christmas.
I could definitely handle it if it wasn't for the humidity. Just that's just part of living here. Just part of it.
Absolutely. Well, that's how it was today. It was kind of like you could just tell it wasn't like hot at night, but it was just warm and kind of sticky. And of course, I'd go outside and the mosquitoes would come and bite me up. Yeah, Indiana's cold too. I'm familiar with Indiana too.
Yes. Well, thank you for having me up, girl. I appreciate it. It was a joy.
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you wanted to come up, because I really, I know that you're really good at this case, and I know you know a lot about it, and so I wanted you to come up and be able to tell everybody and just kind of spread awareness, because I think that's one thing that we were both saying, is that we were just kind of perplexed as to why why did they change everything, like what was the shift in the case. But I think that you're really onto something, that she is out there and they're just kind of trying to find her by any means. But yeah, they need to check like the trap houses, or
and follow her debit card and credit cards and such. I mean, surely they are. At some point, she's got to make a purchase or get some cash or something, right? You would think.
Exactly.
So.
Do they know in the general area where she is right now? Do they know if she like skipped the state, or do they know?
I hope she's still in Oregon. I mean, who knows for sure? I mean, I hope someone has eyes on her. I don't know. I really don't know to answer that. So
well, the good thing about the company that she keeps, it won't take a lot of money for someone to give her up. You know what I
listen,
mean?
oh, I do. They can come out with a $500 reward and they'll give her up.
Exactly. Exactly.
Shoot, I'd give
Yes.
her up for nothing. I just don't know where she's at. So, I don't need a reward, but I couldn't tell you where she is. So, but
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Minnie. Well, and I also think that I think that they really need to be gathering evidence out of that vehicle to see if they can figure out. I mean, obviously, if the cause, of his passing was hypothermia, there may not be like any kind of blood or anything. But I mean, you can always see if somebody had been in there. I mean, I don't know. It's so hard because I guess he would ride in that vehicle all the time, so his DNA would be all over the vehicle. But maybe there would be some way. I don't know. To me, like you said, it's like, how much more do they need? They have her tire tracks right near. I mean,
right there. They're fresh. They're right there. I don't. So that's the only thing I can figure is that they're trying to weed her out.
Yeah, yeah. Which is smart, and that's why it's important to keep all the information close. I mean, I totally get that part. I've never faulted, like even Eric Craddock, for instance. I never really faulted him for that. I just feel like at this point, now that it's out, maybe just a little bit more clarification. But because now it's like so many people have all these theories, and then everyone's going to be divided on either side of it. But I don't know. I kind of think I hate to keep blaming the parents, but it's just kind of like you almost have to blame the parents for that one, because they've let the cat out of the bag on several things that law enforcement wasn't letting out of the bag.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Hi, Minnie. Hey, girl. See, she joined the chat.
I know, Minnie, and I saw that little precious baby you got.
Her little new baby Sadie.
Yes.
So cute.
Oh
Yes.
my gosh. I was like, I want one just like her.
That's Sadie. See, I have Sadie also. She has a Sadie also. So Sadie's the name.
I love it. I love Sadie. That's such a cute name. I love Sadie.
Yes. Sadie and Bailey. Those are my two. Sadie is right here at my feet. Kind of like your dog, Django. No, I don't need you right now, sweetie. She's like, what do you need, Mom?
She's, I'm coming.
She's right here. She looked right up at me when I called her name. Said her name. It's like, yes. Very attentive. She came with me today to the post office, and I, of course, brought her in with me. And she had on a little Christmas dress, and I didn't realize so many people worked there. They all came up to see her, and it was so sweet. She was just loving it. She was a ham. So, which was good to see. She's really coming out of her shell and being a little bit more social with people. She's starting to trust again. So that's good.
Hey, that's the most important thing, because after what she's been through, that's what takes the most time, is that trusting of, everybody probably. I can't imagine how a dog would feel having to deal with that, of course, but it's like, it's like anybody else. I would think it would just take you so long to be like, are you a nice person or are you not a nice person? Like, it's too bad that poor dear, she had to learn like that not everybody is a good person.
I know, poor thing. Yep. Oh, well, girl, I'm gonna drop down, but I'll be in the chat, okay? And let someone else come
Absolutely.
up if they
Do you want me to
to.
show your clip, or we're just
show it.
Go over and watch Gracie's video, because I'm sure it's really good. I want to go check it out too, because I'm really
You're welcome to show it, girl. I don't care.
Okay. No, yeah, because I'm kind of invested in his case too. I was thinking a lot about him today, and just doing some checking in on him and stuff. And I just thought, I don't know. It's just one of those things where you don't know if you're going to get justice or not, and that'll be really upsetting if we don't get the justice on this.
I know it. It will be. We're gonna have to follow it and say our prayers.
Yeah, and just let the family know that we're all praying for him.
I
Like we
sure
all
will.
are. We all like love him. We look at his little picture. He's just such a sweet little
He's
boy.
a
You
sweet
could
little
just
thing.
tell.
Yeah. They have to do something, because I just want to say this. Also worry about what will other parents do if they see like this situation. They're gonna be like, well, I could do that. There'll be copycats if there's no consequences. I worry about
Oh,
things like
true.
that. Mm-hmm.
That's a good point. I mean, honestly, and there's a picture of him, guys. So I just took us off Gracie so they can see. But look at his little face.
I know. It's just precious, precious little man.
Well, and then also just for his family, I think like just the fact that they're just so heartbroken, and I can't even imagine. Like I don't know. It's just one of those things where there were so many things that could have been done that weren't, and yeah, I was just I'm kind of stumped on what they can find if it, but then again, like I said, I do have faith in them. They found him in 3 days, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank goodness they found him, and the rest we'll just have to see. But I'm gonna stay on top of it, and I'll let you know of anything new, and I'll be reporting on it too, and I'll let you know, girl. And if
Yeah,
you
let
find
me
out anything,
know.
you tell me too, vice versa.
Absolutely, I will. I'll send you links and stuff, like if I find anything
Okay,
different. You
sounds
know what I mean?
good.
Because I do. I check up on people. I'll check up on, like, of course I do Sebastian. He's like always my first one because I'm like, what's going on? Has anything new come out? Have they found anything that would help? But then also, like Joshua, and then I checked in on Hannah because we were covering her for a little bit too. Um, but I do I care about, like, it's hard to remember everybody, and I try to post, and then if they're found and stuff like that, because that's always like a great, like something to keep our hope up, right? Like, okay, this kid was found, and
Oh, 100 for sure. I always love it when they're found.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then that's like, but when they're found in the condition that poor Joshua was found in, I just feel like there has to be something that has to be done. Either, um, I don't know, and it just seems like it's every other day you're seeing something that.
Isn't that the truth? It is.
And it can't just be like, Oregon CPS, it needs to be, restructured or helped or whatever. It's like we see it across the board, state to state. So, like, on a federal level, maybe that there has to be some kind of regulations that they can put on the states. But then again, we're all kind of separate states with laws and stuff. But I just feel like there needs to be something needs to be overhauled in that department across the board.
Well, they make CPS a federal agency then, so we could do that and let all the records be across every state.
I mean, I think that's what it would take, really, Grace, because, well, I mean, I don't know what else we could do, but I mean, I think that's what it would take, because that way, like you said, that'll help that problem too, where if something happens and they can look in a database and say, okay, well, this address has had. I mean, it shouldn't take that many calls, though. Like, look at Sebastian, 5 calls.
I know it. He should have been removed also.
Yeah,
And he would still be alive and with us. I'm sorry, he would still be around today where we could physically see him, and he'd be in
Yeah,
school and all those
exactly.
things.
I hate meeting these kids, or the first time I ever hear of these kids is when something tragic happens to them, or they've been hurt or harmed. It's like, or they run away because they're upset, or they wandered off because they weren't watched properly. I mean, it's so sad. I mean, I know there's parents out there that have had an accident happen, where they didn't realize or something
Oh,
like that.
sure.
Yeah.
Accidents do happen. Absolutely, they do. With the tire tracks being there, come on. That's
I
where.
know it seems like an accident that was covered up to me. That's my big theory, I guess.
Yep. Accident that she tried to cover up. And maybe it was an accident. She didn't know what to do, and she should have called for help. I know a person's
especially
scared.
the police. Like, why do people not call the police first? Like, we've been drilled in our head. I don't know though. I haven't been in grade school for a long time, but they would just drill it into our heads back then, like 911, 911.
Yep. I get that a person's scared. I can't imagine, if an accident happens. But I'd much rather go through all of that and it be deemed an accident than have to deal with what, like, say she's dealing with right now. She can't go home. She's in hiding. She doesn't know what to think, what to do. Those types of things.
Oh, that would be so stressful. I think, and then also, like, where's the remorse? Aren't you, like, don't you feel bad that an accident occurred? Like, and then also, I would think if it was an accident, it would be more likely that you would come out and just be like, look, I didn't mean for this to happen, but this is what happened. Right. And I think I think that goes a long way with the police.
Sure.
Like, even in the case, I don't think Hannah's boyfriend is going to be, like the boyfriend that traveled to New York with her. I don't think that he's going to be charged, but she might be, because I think he came clean to immigration and said, look, this is what happened, and then we ended up getting scammed. And
all right, now I heard they're giving money back. People that gave their money.
Yeah, there's like a stipulation on it though. They're like, you have to reach out to them by like December 18th or 17th. I didn't want to say it because I wasn't 100% sure.
Okay.
But
oh my goodness! Wow. Well, I would not want to be her right now with what her father did.
I think that's why people are outraged too. And then also, like, she didn't say a word about her father when it was in her statement that she came out finally and said something yesterday. But she didn't say anything like, to my sweet father who was looking for me, I'm so sorry. Like, I don't.
Wow. My goodness.
And I was sticking up for her. I was like, we don't know if she was in a bad situation, blah, blah, blah. But just, I don't know.
I don't think it matters. I don't care if they were in a horrible situation, right? Say they were estranged, they didn't talk. He went and looked for her. And he took his own life. And she could have at least said, thank you for looking for me.
I mean, big time, Gracie. That would be, that's, I mean, all of it is like, it's just very odd, especially for like a close-knit family. It's still kind of a mystery, but I didn't want to spend a whole heck of a lot of time on it because she's found, we know that, we can't take back what happened with her father, but, I guess it I don't know. But I'm surprised that she hasn't been in trouble for fraud with the immigration.
So her fraud was marrying someone, right?
Yeah, because like she had to have lied during all of those little interviews, because like they'll come over, like they interview you several times to make sure that you're not committing the fraud.
Right. Yeah. When things have to match up and, they try to make sure you're in a real relationship and that it's not just convenience or, for fraud.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, in this case, she actually, like, money was exchanged at some point for this. Yeah, so it's a heck of a case. I'm just glad. I mean, I am glad that she's safe and everything, because like I said, a lot of times they don't look for people when they're 30 years old because they're free to do what they want. But I hope that doesn't detour her. See, that's another problem with all of that, her running away and not telling and everything. Like, it's like Carly Russell almost, but not quite, but or Sherry Papini. But it's like,
Sherry Papini.
Sherry
Oh,
Papini.
there's a story. Oh my goodness.
If we were in the same town, we'd have to hide out, Gracie.
Yes, you got that right. Oh my gosh.
Oh
Oh,
no. But you know what I mean? Like it's kind of to that level because it makes people then not trust that, and then too with the GoFundMe's and stuff, like we've been hearing a lot of different in a lot of different cases, people being like, I want my money back. I'm sorry I even gave to that cause or whatever, which is tough.
it is tough. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're trying to do the right thing, or you're trying to be you're trying to care for somebody, but then you find out. But I don't think it's her family's fault. I don't think the family was necessarily like pulling a scam. I think it was more or less
It's
they really
her.
did think she was missing.
Yeah, she did the scam. She knew people were looking for her. She could have made a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
cannot tell me that
absolutely.
she did not know that her father was looking for her. She could have at least said, let him know I'm all right, please. Y'all don't need to look for me. I'm okay. Why does she do that? This all needs to stop. Y'all need to stop looking for me. I'm fine. I'm 30. I'm good.
Exactly. Or I don't know. It's hard to believe she didn't hear about her father, but maybe she
Yeah,
did.
that's what I'm saying. I don't believe it, girl. This was nationwide.
It was on the news, like even if she didn't have her phone on her, she still had TVs and stuff all around her, and her face was everywhere, and
Yep, that's before she walked into Mexico. So she knew. It was before he hurt himself. So she knew. I mean, I
yeah,
don't
it's
know what.
it's actually she seems it makes her look, and I mean this is all alleged because I don't know her personally, but it makes her look very cold and callous, in my opinion. It,
Yeah, it does. And look, she didn't even say anything about her dad. You
mm,
said I haven't heard it for myself, but I believe you. You know,
yeah, she'd know it. Like Vinny read her statement, and then also some guy named Hilton. He's got like reddish hair. He did like a dramatic reading, like kind of a silly one,
uh-huh.
because she was like, I'm gonna go focus on my, creativity and I'm my healing, and
Healing.
I'm like,
Okay,
you
I'm
might be doing
sorry.
that in a jail cell though, because you did defraud a lot of people.
Well, that's another thing. Why isn't she in custody?
I don't know. They made it
Things that people would have been in
free out
custody
there.
for 10 years ago seems like now it just doesn't even matter. A lot of things, right? I mean,
Well,
I'm
I
close
think
on
the
film.
immigration's so overloaded, but you would think they would have people. I mean, they really work hard to make sure that people are not trying to
Then make an
bully
example
people.
out of the one that y'all know right now that did this mess to show others we're not putting up with this.
Exactly. Well, she could have brought somebody that was not a good person over too, and then also, I don't know, it ruins it for people who do fall in love with somebody who doesn't live in the country, and then they're really trying to get their green card, and they're really trying to, become a citizen the right way.
Mhm.
It's going to put more roadblocks for them, you know.
It's just unreal to me that all these people get away with things. I would go do one thing wrong, and I guarantee you, uh, hell would rain down. Just yeah, it'd be bad.
Yes, yes. And I don't understand, I just yeah, I don't understand why they haven't, but then again, maybe they're waiting until they get all the evidence, but I thought the boyfriend went to immigration and kind of told them what was going down. I don't know.
Wow. Mm.
Oh, okay. So Spirit Secret says, what I watch a channel NOV, and he was irate and she left on her own and didn't tell her family. He was wanting to go help search for her, but did multiple live streams sharing her info. He was mad. Yeah, well, all this time, yeah, because other people deserve, I don't blame him for being mad because, all of your time that you dedicate to making these videos and trying to follow her trail and everything, and then come to find out she wanted to go because she did something bad, and then she kind of got instant karma though, because they did a little number on her too. Minnie said, didn't it come out that it would bring shame to his family? Yeah, yeah. Like, I think that's the reason why her father decided to do that. And Forever Nikki's mom says she needs to pay restitution, all those people taking off work to volunteer to help search for her. All law resources used on her. Yeah, it's wrong. It is wrong. Yeah. Uh,
Thank you. Thank you, Nikki's mom, at least. Sorry, could y'all hear all that? I think I might have been.
no, go for it. Go for it. Go for it.
I agree. Nikki's mom, she absolutely needs to pay restitution. And I understand she can't do that if she's in a jail cell. So, listen, Hannah, you need to pay restitution, girl. Come on, let's go.
Yes, yes. Or at least go do something in the positive in the community and stuff too. Like, I mean, they should. What about that guy who was with that lady? Or he left his whole family for the lady, but then
Oh
they
my
they finally got
God.
him back. I didn't see updates. Did you see an update on that?
I haven't seen an update as of late, but he is in jail. I do know that much. Girl, I cannot believe he did that. And he went to Argentina. Is that correct?
It was like Slovenia, or it was like
Oh no,
some
no, it was a
place.
Georgian. It was a Ukrainian Georgian place, right?
Yes, it
Yeah.
was it was like oh gosh, I had it.
Let me
It's a
look it up.
very strange name. Not that I mean, I love different cultures and
Me
everything. Don't
too.
get me wrong, but it's like it was a very strange name, and I can't. And I thought it started with an S, but I could be wrong. But yeah, I wonder, that case is very interesting to me too. It's very sad because of his kids and his wife. I can't imagine dealing with that. But Star. Yeah, Star says her ex is facing difficulties getting his wife from San Salvador because they married so quickly and they've been together a couple years now. Yeah, see, like, and in that case, that's so sad. It is sad. Because it's like you want, bitch better have my money.
Okay, yes, he faked the one who faked his death, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, get this. He's from my proud state of Louisiana, right? Just love that. Um, so I know. So let's see, he has been arrested, faked his own death. Where did he go? In Georgia, over a month. He was arrested by authorities in Georgia over a month after his son's death allegedly reported him missing. So I guess he was in Georgia, but not our Georgia, but Georgia, the country of Georgia.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, wait a minute. He ended up in the state of Georgia then? I was like, maybe he was hiding out over there. I didn't know.
No,
But
wait.
he did that weird video where he like, it looked like it was like a little efficiency apartment, but it didn't look like he was being held hostage or anything like that. It was a weird, it was odd.
Yeah, it is odd. Hold on. He was, okay, faked accidental drowning and death. Okay, so no, he was picked up. He's from North Carolina. Well, his family's from North Carolina. He's originally from here, Louisiana. Um, okay, now it was a Georgia State Highway Patrol officer attempted to stop a motorcycle for not having a license plate, but it fled and ultimately crashed. He attempted to flee on foot, but was taken into custody. The driver gave police a false name, but it was discovered that he was indeed Melvin EMDE. Not sure. Emid, not sure. When he was fingerprinted, according to the sheriff's office. Now it's time for him to face the music for his charges in North Carolina. Oh my goodness. Now I need to find out, where did you go? So I forgot. I know he did leave the country.
Yeah, he left the country, but then he must have come back. Like, I know he sent like a video to his family, like, I'm okay now. And we're like, it's like, well, yeah, no. No shiz. What happened, buddy? You just decide to just go to a whole new country and make us all think that you passed, and here we are grieving you, and you're supposed to be our dad and our husband. Like, it's like, what in the world? And yes, Forever Nikki's mom, I heard that too. Like, he was just going back to Hannah real quick, guys. He was down on Skid Row, and he just saw the conditions down there, and he couldn't handle the fact that his daughter could be someplace there and being kept maybe as hostage or something like that. And worse, way worse. I just don't think we can say all the things here. And he took his life.
So
And it's sad,
Hannah's father was he was on the streets, basically. He didn't have a home or shelter.
Well, he was down by the Skid Row area because the last, like, one of the places she was in LA, and
I got you. So he was looking in that area. Okay, I misunderstood what you said. I thought, excuse me, I was so confused.
You're okay. Hey, nothing is surprising. We never know what some of the things I have to, like, go back and listen to it again. Like, did I hear that right?
Yes. Oh, okay. So this guy was due in court to face multiple child rape charges that when he went missing. The day but went missing, he was supposed to be in court the next day. Huh. So he fakes his death. Oh my gosh. Wow. I didn't know that. I just see all the stuff you find out.
I know. It's like like, that's the thing. It takes so much time to do deep dives and stuff like that. Oh, Spirit Seeker Squad, thank you for becoming a member. You guys are so awesome. And hey, Jude, thank you so much for being here. I mean, I don't know what I would do without you with the, the wrenches. I laugh because me and Forever Nikki's mom were like, holy cow, what are we going to do to get this to work? We couldn't get it to work. I'm like, I'm going to call YouTube. And then, of course, it's hard to find a number for YouTube. Like, I don't know. I think you just have to go to their chat and stuff. But, yeah, thank you so much, Spirit Seeker Squad and Hey Jude. But yeah, like, that's why I can understand why people are, like, would be mad if they, because I didn't cover her that extensively. I just kind of, like, heard different tidbits and stuff. But if I had done a deep dive and did all the maps and was looking at her locations and following her through everything to find out she was, on her own free will, I would be upset for sure.
Me too.
Star says, I will become a member when Bish has my money. Oh my goodness. You guys crack me up. Oh, okay, there's not a number for YouTube at all. It's hard to keep in contact with a human. Oh my gosh. One time I was trying to take a piece out. There was a typo in my video, and they let me blur the little piece out. But then that was it. That was all but it was somebody that was talking to me on a chat. But it's been a while. Oh, thank you. Mandy, thank you for doing that. Oh my goodness.
Thank you, guys. That's so wonderful of y'all. Thank y'all. So we're talking about the same man, right? That faked his death with the kayak, and he did. Is this the one that left the country, though?
Yeah, like, where did he go?
Where did he go?
His name's like Bogert or something like that.
Okay, this is a different person. Hold on. This is not. His name is Melvin. This one I'm talking about is named Melvin. Now Melvin faked his death too with a kayak, but hold on, let me find it. Left the country. Because I know I saw it on the world news and I was like, I'm so glad they finally got him back here.
I know. I was like, when I did hear that, but I didn't watch it. But
we have two different. We got two different men. There's a Melvin that did this recently, but he did not leave the country. Okay, and then we have Ryan Bogart.
Yeah, that's the one.
Ryan.
Thank you.
Yes, he faked his own death at a lake and fled the country. And he's from Wisconsin, and he was gone for 4 months. He went to Eastern Europe willingly. My God, these people, just listen. Just go in and tell your wife you need a break. Y'all don't have to go through all this. And to put your children through this is just horrible. Oh my gosh. He was living in the country of Georgia. Okay, no wonder I was, excuse my confusion. The other one got caught in the state of Georgia.
Really? That's weird that they're kind of like, that's
I'm going to
weird.
send both of them to you so you will know that I am telling the truth here. And Ryan was living in the country of Georgia.
Coincidences are weird. That is weird. That's weird.
That is weird. So when I saw Georgia, because I knew it was Georgia, right? So when I saw Georgia with the other one, I thought, oh, that's him. But then I was thinking, wait, the last name is so short compared to the long.
I didn't remember anyone named Melvin, and I thought maybe his name was Melvin.
God, I am sending both to you. This is wild.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, Dorothy. Thank you, Dorothy. Yeah, no obligation, you guys. I mean, obviously, you know.
Okay, so Melvin was last year, September 19th of 2023, but it pulled up for me, and I'm so sorry. I didn't pay. I just saw Georgia and went with it. And of course, this one, Ryan.
No worries. You know what? It
very recent. Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm the one that made a whole new banner today and then just now posting it, so don't feel bad. I worked really hard on that banner too. There we go.
I won't feel bad, I promise.
Don't feel bad, Gracie. No, but what's funny is that both of them were Georgia, and then but one was that's so weird that they both did that and everything.
Oh, I'm sending both to you so you can see Georgia and Georgia here. Yeah, so that was.
Oh my gosh.
See, reading is essential. There we go. Okay, I sent them both to you.
Okay, so oh my gosh, and they look nothing alike.
No, nothing. Both involved kayaks.
What?
Yes, both involved kayaks. Yes, both involved. Weird. Fake drownings, fake deaths. Yes.
Here we go. Here's the poor guy. Oh wait, hold on. Not that guy.
The first guy's the Wisconsin guy's Ryan. The first one I said.
I got that guy over there.
Yeah, that's Ryan. That's the one that left the country. Left our country, went to the country of Georgia. Yes.
And I thought it was like Slovenia or something, they said. Oh, good Lord. I can't, and they, it's, well, the crazy thing is they were both kayaks, both Georgia. And it's like both people that just decide to leave their whole life. And missing kayaker faked his own death ahead of court date. And this one was for a court date, I guess. Oh, I guess his faces.
Yep.
Okay. Go get a drink.
Oh my.
I know, he's coughing away. I've had allergies since we've been down here, but I wonder if he has too.
Oh, poor thing. Is
you hear him? He's coughing.
Oh, Jago.
Go get you some water, buddy. Get some water. He just stares at me.
I thought he was drinking water at first. That's why I kind of giggled, but then I realized I was coughing, so I apologize. Oh, poor Django.
No, it's fine. He was just coughing. He's sitting on the couch. I don't know. Sometimes he does that where he just gets like, but then I tell him to go drink some water and he looks at me like, I'm not going to drink any water. I'm like, why not? Go get some. He was just sitting on the couch. All of a sudden he starts just coughing.
Bailey does that too. It's like a backwards cough and they scare me, but the vet's like, it's fine. It just sounds bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it is like a backwards cough though. I agree. It's like, because he kind of, and it doesn't last him long, it's like he finishes up. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. And then we got a call from the neighbor that our mountain's on fire. We come outside and literally our whole mountain is on fire. Oh wait, hold on. I think I'm still on that. Oh yeah, it is. I was like, someone's talking. Django's coughing, someone's talking. Oh goodness. But yeah, I mean it's weird because in that case I wonder what they're going to charge him with, if it's just going to be like fraud. I don't know the state laws over there, but yeah, he's a dog. Spirit seeker. He's a beagle. When he was like banned at the beach, he would cough, and then, but yeah, what are they charging that guy with, Gracie? Does it say anything? I mean, he's definitely in orange and handcuffs, so I wonder.
Let me see. Let me look.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Oh my goodness. Oh. When I took him to the vet before we came down here, they did like a test that was like $200, but it was to see about it, like tick-borne illnesses, because ticks are really bad in Missouri. And he didn't have it, thank God, but I thought he did, like, because they were telling me that it was like a blood disease, and they're like, we have to check him for it and everything, and I misunderstood them because I thought he already had it, but come to find out, they did the testing and he didn't. But I'm so sorry, because I know, like, I love my dogs, and my pug that passed away it's just.
Okay, I got it. The state entered a not guilty plea on his behalf and ordered a $500 signature bond.
There goes him coughing. Come on, Django, you need to get your water. He just like
Django wants to talk to everyone.
He's like, excuse me, I'm sitting over here. No one's paying attention to me.
Yes, that's what I'm telling Django. Hello.
I wanted to get him, like, I had a little crate that I could put his dog bed on, and he could kind of sit like this level. I think he would like that.
I think he would love that. In fact, we need to get Sadie a chair too, I've been told, because she says like a little human and she wants to be part of the show.
Yes.
So, gives her her back.
Oh, good night forever, Nikki's mom.
Good
Thank
night
you for
forever,
being
Nikki's
here, hon.
mom. Okay, so he's bonded out of jail.
Minnie.
They entered a not guilty plea, of course, and a $500 signature bond. He is due back in court on January 13th. Of course, they're going after him for obstruction charges. If convicted, he faces a maximum penalty of 10 grand and 9 months in jail for all of this. But I mean, what about all the money that was spent? They need to get him on that too, looking for him, because they thought he had drowned.
Yeah, because in the dive teams, like, they said it wasn't a big lake, but up in Wisconsin they have all the big huge lakes and everything, so maybe it wasn't big in their standards, but it looked like a pretty big lake to me.
Yes, big lake to me too. Wow.
Good to see you. Blessings. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's a weird case. I wonder, I mean, I know the wife probably isn't going to come out and say much. I'm sure she's really upset, but I would be interested to hear what she would have to say. Like, I mean, if they were having issues and stuff like that. Oh, hairball, yes. Could be, huh? You know what I mean? If they were having.
Right, for sure.
Because they look like a cute little family. Like, she looked really happy. All of her pictures, I kind of look for that too. Like, if she kind of looked like she was a little bit not having a great life, or something. But they didn't show the kids' faces, which was nice. I think in one of them they did, but most of the pictures I saw were blurred of them. But she looked like very happy. So, I mean, you never can tell, though.
He went through some great
lengths. Thank you, Spirit
lengths.
Seeker, for everything. Thank you. Oh, sorry,
us.
Gracie. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
So
no,
there's a
no, no.
lag.
I blurted it out because I saw that Mandy was gonna go to bed. She says good night, and so I was like, but no. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say he really went through a lot to pull this off. So, changing his hard drive, the life insurance,
Yes,
all sorts of things. So they said just the first 2 weeks alone will cost him over $10,000 due to damaged equipment and other expenses and they searched for him for a long time. Wow. Yeah, and the man hours too, they should have to pay all of that back. Listen, I want to know, where did he bond? Like when he bonded himself out of jail, where did he go? Because he wouldn't be coming back to my home.
Well, and Jen and Don though just said Borgard. Oh, Django, and he won't get any water. He won't go get water. Go get some water. Go get your water. It's right over there. Go get it.
Oh, Django, you're breaking my heart.
I know. I don't know. It's weird. He doesn't usually do that. That's why I'm like, okay. He looks over at his water like, I don't feel like getting up. He's so funny. He's kind of a lazy little beagle. I love him though. He just kind of like lays there like, I'll just cough. I'll just keep coughing. But no, she says that Borgwart's wife ended their 22-year marriage and is seeking sole custody of the kids. So that's good. I'm glad because those kids have to be. I mean, just think about how they have to feel like their dad didn't.
Their own father abandons them. They put it and they're thinking their father is. I mean, I'm sure they're happy he's alive, right? But they're thinking, "Wow, this is messed up." Django, are you mad because the D is silent in front of your name?
Yes, he is. He's mad because somebody forgot that the D, and they called him Django.
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 Great news. Well, girl, I'm gonna drop down, and I know I said that a while ago, but we got to talking again, and you're welcome to share my video. And
I will.
thank you for having me up. Okay, and I'll see everyone in the chat.
Okay, I will see you in the chat. I know I'm probably gonna hop off in a little bit, but I figured I'd stay in a little bit longer because I know there's a lot to talk about in true crime. My goodness.
There sure is. Okay, darling, thank you so much for having me up.
Yes, thank you for coming up anytime.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, all right,
All right,
bye.
bye. I'll talk to you later.
You sure will. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, Dorothy says my dog does that when she has a hairball. Just add a teaspoon of oil to water and use cooking oil. Okay, I will do that. I will do that. Yes, Gracie's a great conversation. I love it. I love her so much. I love it that she knows so much about different cases, and then, she'll say something that I didn't know. I was like, oh, cool. I didn't realize that. Or, yes. Yay. Hey, Gracie. Dreaming. You guys have been great in the chat too. I'm gonna try that, Dorothy, because I know that he's done it in the past before, but I bet you it might be a hairball. He was kind of licking and stuff a little bit, but and he's only 3. He just turned 3 around Thanksgiving. So but he's so stubborn, he just lays over there like he won't go over and get his water. And I'm like, go get you a drink, and then that way you won't have to be all coffee. But he just lay back down. Yeah, I'm so glad that they decided to get away from the dad. I mean, it's gotta be horrible to have a situation like that when your parent doesn't want. Well, I guess it would be more or less your parent would rather, have a midlife crisis than be with you. So, I mean, my heart definitely goes out to the wife, the kids. She was a very pretty lady too. I did notice that she had a really pretty smile and just seemed like a really nice person. So I'm sure she's going to be just fine and find somebody that is more suitable for her and the kids. That's for sure. All right, let's see. No, wait a minute. Now, is it on the, it's not on the 2.0, is it, Gracie? Which one? Let's see. I might have to have you send me the link in my phone. I know, okay. I found the 2.0. Let's see. Yes, Jen and Don, though, she is very smart. Very smart and funny, too. And I think that's a big part of it, too. We got to be... Oh, there we go. I don't know. You're only sub on that one. Okay, hold on. Oh, Jen, go get you something to drink, buddy. I might have to bring his water bowl to him. This is why, because I baby him and then he expects me to bring him his water dish or something. Are you okay? Are you gonna make it over there? Oh, you gotta go get your water. Go get you a drink. Get you a drink of water. I think you're right though, Minnie. I think I need to get like a dehumidifier and like the air purifier thing, because like even I've been all scratchy. I think a lot of it too is like the swimming pool. And I had like a swimmer's ear and stuff like that, but I've been putting drops in at night and just letting them go in my ear, and then I stayed out of the pool the last couple days. But are you good? Well, today I didn't go down there. I lied. I did go down the day before that. Are you okay? You're gonna make it. Go get a drink. It's right over there. Get your drink, Mr. Beagles. Oh. Yeah, I call him Mr. Beagles too. He has a couple of names. No, I want to go into YouTube. There we go. See, that's what's... hold on. See, that's what's weird, Grace, because I'm subbed up to you. But then when I searched it, it brought me to a different channel. I don't know. I just want to let you know. There we go. Okay. All right, I'm going to put it in this view. Hold on. Actually, I might change it to this view. Is probably better. All right, let's start it.
Joshua J.J. McCoy was a 5-year-old boy who was autistic and nonverbal. Unfortunately, he was found deceased, naked, and lying in harsh terrain, with only his phone laying nearby. The police tried to ping Joshua's phone, but they soon learned that it had been placed in airplane mode. Justin Gray carried little Joshua's body down the hill to his awaiting father, Amos McCoy. Angela German, the boy's mother, told investigators that she went to sleep with Joshua for a nap, but when she awoke, he was missing. German admitted to taking medication to help her sleep due to depression. Investigators learned that DHS opened a case against German with claims of neglect and mistreatment towards Joshua. During a search of the home, police describe unsanitary conditions, several prescription bottles, syringes, and an unused box of Narcan in German's bedroom. Angela German's whereabouts are not known at this time. Although Angela has not been charged, investigators believe that there is enough evidence for a murder charge. Yeah, Kim and Shauna, police in Coos County are searching for Angela German. She's wanted in connection to the death of her 5-year-old son. This all started back on November 9th when Joshua McCoy was reported missing by a family friend. Joshua was autistic and nonverbal. According to court documents, Joshua's mother told police she had gone to sleep with her son around 1:30 that afternoon, and when she woke up around 3, Joshua was gone. In follow-up interviews, German changed the timeline of events several times. She said she had been depressed and been taking medication to help her sleep. Joshua's body was eventually found on November 12th. Police say the boy was naked and appeared to have been dropped off in the woods near German's home. His phone was also found near his body. During their investigation, police later learned that DHS had opened a case against German over claims of neglect and mistreatment towards Joshua. During a search of the home, police described unsanitary conditions, as well as several prescription pill bottles, syringes, and an unused box of Narcan in German's bedroom. People living in the community hope this case can end with justice for Joshua. I believe the investigation is probably going as well as it can be. Investigations take time, and I understand with all the evidence and everything that needs to be collected. And as for the community, we all want answers, and I'm sure justice will prevail if that's what needs to happen in the end. Before coming back to Oregon, German and Joshua were living in Utah with a family friend who eventually called police to report Joshua missing. That friend in Utah said that German had been sleeping a lot and not caring for Joshua. She said her and her husband had to kick the two out of their home in late October. Police are now looking for German. She has not officially been charged, but investigators believe there is enough evidence for a murder charge. Reporting in studio, I'm Mia Villanueva. Good day, Oregon.
That was so awesome, Gracie. Thank you so much. So this lady, I want to get that picture of her. So we can share it out. Okay, that is Angela German, and that is little JJ's mom. So, yeah, that was absolutely. Thank you for letting us show it and sharing it. It's so important. And yeah, I mean, it seems like the community definitely wants her to be found and wants justice for him, and I don't blame them one bit. Yes, I know. I'm gonna watch it again because I had to hold it up, but I'm definitely gonna go watch it again, Gracie, because that was awesome. Um, yeah, and I just feel like if oh, thank you. Yeah. See, and she's a pretty lady. I don't know why she wouldn't be taking care of that home, That's interesting that she has the word love on her photo, because that little face right there needed more love. So if you guys see this lady, definitely call law enforcement and let them know that you saw her. It looks like she has blonde hair and brown eyes, maybe kind of a hazel eyes, high cheekbones. So yeah, there's some identifiers. And that's Angela German. And she may not look as pretty because she's a pretty lady. She may not look as pretty because she's on those substances. So yeah, and I mean, if she has depression, I was wondering, I know that they said that because that's a good point, Star. Like if she has depression, then maybe that was a factor. And I can see that where she might have just, but I don't know why she would take those meds, because like when I was diagnosed with PTSD, I did try that route. And I don't know. Those meds really zombify you out, and especially ones to help you sleep. Like if you're taking a sleep aid, usually you don't want to take it if you're only taking a nap, because it will knock you out. Like especially any of like those more heavy duty ones. And Dreaming says, I looked in my history. It's a New Berlin father who is missing. He was on a business trip to Illinois. Oh wow, okay. New Berlin. Yes, Gracie, thank you so much for the coverage on that. It was really good. I love watching other people's videos, of course, but then also there's just little things that I didn't catch, because like I didn't know that she was taking medication for depression. That really, I mean, that says a lot. So yes, and she also good point, Star. She could have dyed her hair if she's trying to hide from authorities and things like that. So absolutely. It is so sad, Jen and Don, though. It is, for that little boy. Oh my gosh. And he just had a really bright future ahead of himself. Like he was only gonna be 6 years old. Oh, Dreaming says that's the person that she was talking about earlier. Okay. Let me go up in there. Okay. I know I missed some of the chat's comments and stuff. But yeah, it is really sad. I wrote like a little I'll read it to you guys, because I did a little dialogue for the show today, and I'll kind of read it to you guys. Another system failure. Days before his 6th birthday, little Joshua McCoy was reported missing from his Coos County, Oregon home by his mother's friend in Utah. His mother's friend was concerned because she received a call stating that Joshua was missing, and his mother, instead of calling police, phoned her friend. Her friend was familiar with her mothering skills and decided to call police when when they arrived. Joshua was nowhere in sight, and Joshua was found in a wooded area 1.6 miles from his home without any clothes on and his phone was on airplane mode. His body was free of any type of debris that would indicate that he had walked through the woods. His mother's tire tracks were found near the scene. Her home was found in dismay. Filth and prescription bottles along with intravenous needles were found all over the home. The level of filth was baffling and included human feces. The conditions that Joshua lived in were horrific. DFS was aware of the neglect and the mistreatment of 5-year-old Joshua, but they allowed him to live there anyway. A preliminary autopsy was conducted and has been released to the public, stating that little Joshua passed from hypothermia. Based on this evidence, the district attorney says he will not prosecute unless the toxicology report gives contrary evidence that it was something other than hypothermia. Joshua's mother did flee after he was found and is wanted for questioning prior to the findings of hypothermia being the cause of his passing. What happened to little Joshua, and how did the events leading up to his untimely passing play a role in his demise? Another child failed by a broken system. Another autistic child. And that was just a little like dialogue that I wrote. Dreaming says, I'm sorry, I wouldn't dare to take a Tylenol if my husband was not around. If I fall asleep easily, that's very scary. Yeah, like I'm like that with Benadryl too. Like Benadryl makes me really sleepy. Like I know I wouldn't sleep for a long period of time, but it makes me tired. And like if I have to take a Benadryl, I will lay down because I know like it's going to make me tired. It's really, really sad. Um, and then like Gracie was saying when she was up here, it was like all all of these kids that are put in these situations, if they're brought to a different state, then we don't know about it, or the new state doesn't know about it. So they could just go to a different address at someplace else. Like say even if DFS is looking for them, they can jump state and then nothing would come of it because the next state didn't know. So it would be nice if they had some sort of database they could go in there and or make it federal, make it a federal thing where they're going to have to answer to the big dogs in the government. I don't know. It just seems like it's just not fair at all that these kids are being failed day after day. And then also another thing that I was thinking about was it might have been because he was autistic and nonverbal, and maybe they didn't think they could place him in a better home than he was in. But then again, that home, it sounded like I wouldn't even want, my worst enemy to live in that home. So why would you how could you go home at night after a day's work and be like, yeah, I did a good job today for these kids? Because that's not a good job for these kids. Not when they're turning up unalived and alone, scared in the woods. And it's unbelievable. It is heartbreaking, Trishy. It is heartbreaking. It really is. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, when they're little like that. Yeah, and Gracie says that she wouldn't either. That's why you're amazing. Aw. I can't even begin to imagine. And then being the dad when he gets the phone call, because I guess he didn't know anything like that. Dreaming says it's not easy when you are alone with a child, and I really wish it could be easier for everyone, but if people need help, I hope they seek help. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of resources, and I do, that's a great point, Dreaming. I do think that they need to make way better resources available to the parents. Like if they're in bad situations where they do have addiction issues or trauma or depression, make it like, what about a like a support group for her? Like, was there any kind of way that she could have reached out and found other moms? Sometimes people just don't want to make the change, but also it's one of those things where you kind of have to. We have no choice, right? So I just don't understand why they wouldn't. I don't know. I just think that they do need better resources, and maybe these things wouldn't go on. Um, but and maybe she didn't want to hang out with other people that had kids. Maybe she was like Casey Anthony and just wanted to go out and be silly and crazy. But Star says, oh, wow. So that's a pretty solid indicator that he might have been dumped. Yeah. Yeah. Like, because the tire tracks were right there. And then Gracie said, they got a mold of the tire tracks. So they had the wherewithal. That was really smart while they were fresh to get those tracks. And then you can, and do that mold, because then you can tell, that they were fresh and they were right there. I think that puts her at the scene of the crime. So, and Minnie says, did the mother not have family in the picture? I wonder the same thing, Minnie. I did too, because it's like, did she not have anybody that could help her? I know that she was living with the friend that was in Utah for a little while, and then they had to kick him out. And they kicked little JJ and his mom out. So it's like, I don't know. I know you can't do that because it'd be kidnapping, but you almost want to just kick the mom out and be like, you can't live here, but he can, um, mm. And then Star says, very true. People who need help shouldn't feel ashamed to ask and seek out resources. Exactly. Yeah, and especially when the state becomes involved, they should know what resources are available and be able to hand them something. It says like a card or a pamphlet or something that says, hey, if you need this, please, by all means, like if you feel like you're going to harm yourself, or if you feel like you're going to relapse, or whatever it is, or if you feel like you need a support group of people, like NA or something like that, I think that would help tremendously, because then you meet other people in there that are trying to stay off of it too. Sure would be nice to bridge the gap between states. Yes, Jen and Don, though. I agree. And that was a great point that Gracie brought up. It's like, I mean, what are we doing that we can't just, I mean, especially with the technology age, I mean, we can get something together, I'm sure. I mean, yeah, it probably would take some money. That's always an issue, funding, but it just needs to happen, because it's just too easy for somebody just to go to the other state and then nobody knows anything. And a lot of these caseworkers are overloaded with cases. It's a lack of funds to pay more workers. Exactly, Jen and Don, though. I mean, it's sad, because a lot of them do care. The social workers, there's wonderful people out there, wonderful people that all they care about is those kids, and they can't take them all home with them, um, which I'm sure they wish they could. So it is, yeah, but then it's just one of those things where we just see this so many times with kids that have special needs, and they deserve to have a home too, and they shouldn't have to live in that filth. That's the easiest thing. That's the thing that, I mean, yes, cleaning supplies cost money, but there's certain things that you can do, like vinegar and stuff cleans really well. There's things that you can do to make sure that your home doesn't become like that. Yeah, it has to do with individual workers as well. Human judgment isn't perfect. That's right. That is absolutely right. And Trishy says, and according to my contact at the DOJ, or Department of Justice, these CPS agencies have no accountability or oversight. I know, and that is so frustrating. Like, they need to be held accountable. All of this stuff should not be sealed. If a child is unalived or passes away and they were on the case, I think we should be able to look those records up and see what was going down. But that's just my opinion. Yes, Trishy. Yeah, it is really sad dreaming. Yeah. It is very sad. Unfortunately, your kids pay the price when you cannot be responsible enough for them. Yes, exactly. And if she knew that he might go out the door, I mean, the thing is like, you can't foresee things that happen, but you know that it's a possibility. And if you're sleeping for 4 hours, then he's going to get bored and he can do anything. And I know, like, little boys get in a lot more stuff than little girls do. Little girls don't do as maybe as much mischievous things, but boys are real curious and precocious, and a lot of times, I mean, I don't know, I was hyper when I was little too, and I was a little silly and mischievous myself, but then also you see like a little boy and they're kind of like jumping around everywhere and they want to climb on things, and then like they can get really badly hurt if they're climbing on things and stuff like that. And Trishi says, my state has a high tax rate. What do they do with, oh yeah, what do they do with our money? I wonder that too. Like, why can't they delegate funds for that? if anything, I think it would make the workers' jobs easier, because then it's not like reopening a new case. It's kind of like adding to the same case, or adding to the person, instead of them like opening these cases after case. Why not do the person? You know what I mean? So that's something to think about too. I just saw it. Missing father I was talking about was found in an overturned car in the lake. Sad. I didn't know. Oh my goodness. That is really sad. So he was missing and he was found in the lake. Oh no. Isn't it cold to go to the lake? I guess if you like to like do all the kinds of like the cold weather fishing and oh, accident. Okay, okay. Oh. That is still so sad. Well, I'm glad you let us know too. Mm. Oh, dang it, I deleted that because I thought about it more. I'm sure most mean well, and yeah, and yeah, no, 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 no. That's like kind of how I feel though too. It's like I know that like most of them feel well or mean well by what they're doing, and they feel. Um, I know a lot of them feel responsible for these kiddos. You know, that's their caseload and everything, and that's what they went to school for and put all their time in, and they really want to be there. But yeah, they are overloaded, overwhelmed, probably underpaid and underappreciated as well, because they do work really, really hard. So I don't want to ever, discount that. But then again, when you see, it's just like, how could you leave them in the house like that? Why? Like, how come we couldn't figure something out? And maybe they need more foster parents to sign up that'll say, hey, yes, I will take a child with special needs, because obviously um, that comes with its own set of issues too, because when children have autism and they're on the spectrum, they really like things in order. They like a routine. When their routine is disrupted, it could be devastating to them. It could just absolutely devastate them. And Gracie says, oh no, dressing, I will be praying for the family. Oh, dreaming. I'm sorry, dreaming. She probably meant to say dreaming. Yeah, prayers for the family, definitely. Definitely. Yes, the workers are also not trained well in some geographic areas. Right, exactly. And then I think a lot of it does have to do with like the training of the medical issues and different things that kids with special needs may have too. Maybe people aren't equipped, but there has to be a better way. Like even if it was um, like a little children's place that they went to, just like a temporary thing. But yeah, it's just all the time we're seeing these little kids, and it's not right, because just because yeah, just because we can't do good enough for them. I don't know. Mm. My granddaughter got into absolutely everything at 3. Star. Oh my goodness. I started thinking about it. I'm like, well, maybe not. I was thinking, 'cause my daughter wasn't really like, she wouldn't get into a whole lot of stuff, but like then I was thinking about myself. I'm like, hmm, I could be kind of silly and precocious too. But yeah, like I don't know if you guys remember like when they had that IKEA furniture. I know IKEA is not in a whole lot of different places, but like we had one in Illinois when I lived there, and it was like cheap furniture that you could put together, and it was kind of cute. It was like Euro style furniture and whatnot that you could put up. But there was a deal where kids were pulling the drawers out, and then they were stepping up on the drawers. And once they got up to the top, sometimes the drawers were like, or the whole dresser would come down on them when they get up to the top. And a couple of little ones passed away because they got smashed by the drawer, or excuse me, by the dresser when it fell on them. And um, if you're sleeping and stuff, that could happen, and it doesn't take long. It would take only a couple of minutes for them to climb up and then for it to fall back on them. So I don't know. You really just have to watch after them, and I know it's a full-time job, and like you guys said, it it's not easy, especially if it's only you. I think Dreaming said that. That's right, Dreaming said. And so it's like, I know that. I know it's hard, but you also just have to, you can't take any medication and sleep when they're just doing their own thing. It's not going to end well in most cases. And Dreaming says, just heartbreaking. Why he couldn't live with his father. He does seem as caring. Yeah, he does. He does seem like a caring father. And then I don't know why they don't notify, especially if it's not a situation. The crazy thing to me is that they notified Adam Montgomery, and they got him in there. He's got a teardrop tattoo. He's, got a huge, whole rap sheet and everything. And then they just give Harmony Montgomery to him. But in this case, they didn't call a father who was an Air Force vet, then tell him his son was being mistreated and living in filth. That doesn't add up. That just doesn't add up. Jen and Don, though, said human judgment isn't 100% either. Exactly, yes. And then hindsight's 2020, right? Always 2020. Like, you can always look back and be like, oh, that's why, or oh, okay, I understand that now. That makes sense. It always makes sense, when you look back. It's true. Yes, Star. And Trishy says, in my opinion, I'm sure if it was only the issue that he escaped or eloped, then that would be a freak tragedy. But in these neglect type issues. Yes. So that's why I don't understand how come they can't bring her in for ABUSC and neglect. I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense to me. And like you said, yeah, if the only issue was that he may have gotten outside of the house and it was really, really cold and he froze up. But I would like to know if he's got frostbite, because that can really indicate how long he was out in the elements too. The only saving grace, I guess I can say, is that hypothermia is like when, you'll just go to sleep. It's not like hopefully he did not suffer. Oh my gosh, hopefully he did not suffer. But he had to have been living in that house, and that's in those poor conditions. And Star says, it's fine, Jen and Don, though. There are so many factors. We probably only touched on a few. It's just heartbreaking when kids pay the price. Exactly. And maybe when they find her, maybe she'll tell the truth. Maybe she's scared. Maybe she's, strung out or something. We don't know. But I really hope they find her. I really do. And Trish says, yes, so many factors play a role. Each state has their own system of procedures. Yeah, and that's what's so crazy to me, because none of them can get it right, because we hear this happening. I mean, Oregon, Tennessee, Utah, I think is where Susan Powell and them lived. Colorado, California, those ladies that had those little boys. I think it was all boys and maybe a girl, but they ended up driving them off the cliff in that one case. And so it's just really, really sad. It's really, really sad. And I don't know what we can do to change that besides maybe federal regulations, like all the states have to enter everything into a database. That's the only thing I can think of. But, use technology to our advantage, because we definitely have the technology. Another thing is social media too. And then like the change.org, I think that really helps. But yeah, it's gonna take some state state funding, or excuse me, some federal level to get everybody on the same page to where they can't just hop from state to state. And I think a big initiative that should happen is like the alarms on the windows and the doors. I think that could really help, and they're really little, like you just put them on there. I mean, I've used them before, the alarms on the doors and stuff like that. And then that way the bonus is if somebody comes into your house, and then if obviously if your child leaves, then you would know too. With AI developing, maybe this will become a better system for agencies. Yeah, Star, absolutely. Absolutely. And I could see that. I mean, I could just see it working well if we put it to good use and implement it across the board, and then people would just go to the database. I know it's probably hard because I know some cases are unfounded, but there's got to be a better way. Because I've heard of cases where kids have come to school with a couple bruises, and then come to find out they were just wrestling around. It's very hard to tell because little boys, a lot of times, they will roughhouse and fight, especially if they're like if there's like brothers, they'll kind of roughhouse with each other and stuff like that, which is completely normal. Or if they have like a skinned up knee, that's kind of that's going to happen, riding bikes and stuff like that. But like in Sebastian's case, like where you see his throat and it's completely bruised up, like that to me would raise my eyebrows, be like, questions, what happened there, and another thing is too is he never had an issue telling. It seemed like he would tell, and it just that they didn't listen. And then he too had a dad that didn't really understand the gravity of what was going on over there. And then you have Sebastian, who really didn't want to particularly get anybody in trouble, but he just wanted it to stop. And when I look at his eyes in that picture, he looks like he's trying to tell the photographer that he's not happy because all the other kids, and usually kids that, especially once they get to be his age in the photo, the age he was in the photo, they know automatically to smile when their picture, when the camera's up, say cheese, or even little children know that when the camera comes out, you smile. But he looks very intent to me, and he looks like he's trying to tell somebody something, like, hey, I had a really bad morning, or maybe a night before, but he almost looks terrified. Jen and Don, though, says they might need to have some federal database like that they do for the essays, offenders. I agree. Yeah, and I mean, that way everybody will know, hey, there's some issues here. This family needs resources. I don't think they always need to just barge in and take the kids. I hate that. I really don't think that that's right either, because I think that people do have issues. Nobody's perfect. And everybody deserves to have a chance to change and stuff like that. But I also feel really strongly that, like, if the house is in that bad of condition, why leave them there 1 minute longer? Not even 1 minute longer. And unfortunately, this is what happens sometimes, and it's not fair. Yeah, Jen and Don, though, yeah, so that each state can tap into. Yeah, exactly. They could just like search it, or search the name. Like, instead of like opening all these case, just be like, okay, this is the so and so case, and then you're assigned a number. And I mean, there's got to be a way to do it. There's got to be especially with the technology. It makes it so much easier. Or if they're going to do that to their kids, make them put them on an ankle monitor or something. We know that you went to a different state and you're over here. We're going to watch you. But unfortunately, if they don't get the resources they need and the counseling and the services that they need, it might never change. So they really do need to get some good resources in for people too. And especially like if it's a single parent situation, I don't know. And that would be probably a better question for Grace, maybe in her comments, guys, in her comment section, and just ask her if maybe she knows too. But like, what I know that they had lived together before, the father and the mother. So what kind of dynamic did they have after that? I'm very curious to know. If it was something where she wasn't updating him regularly, which that does happen in co-parenting situations, especially if she wasn't taking good care of herself, if she wasn't motivated because she had depression. There's a lot of factors. Something in his eyes, a sadness kind of. Yeah, Star. I mean, oh my gosh, shout out to Spirit Seeker, because I was looking for this picture and I couldn't find it anywhere. And then she posted it. And I was like, oh, good. I was like, this is great. I mean, the picture wasn't great, but I wanted to show you guys because I just remember. And then Katie tried to be like, oh, it's just chocolate milk. He's not self-aware enough to wipe it off. Well, then what happened to his eye? And how come he looks just, yeah, sad, terrified, like help. That's what it looks like, help, and yeah, it's just, yes, that is right, Dorothy. If he only knew one of us. Exactly. And I would definitely invite him over to my house. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, I'm sure if the neighbors had just a chance to meet him, they would have had him over at the house. They would have, there were basketball hoops in the area, like where, they had like a stationary basketball hoop. And I'm sure that he would have loved to have thrown a ball out there. And if he didn't, like I said, there's plenty of kids that have the same interests. I know adults that like to play Minecraft, so I know there's people out there and kids all over that love playing Minecraft. It is very sad dreaming. And Star says that's what hurts a lot of us, right? We just want to hug them and show them comfort. Exactly. I know, especially like the kids that have, I don't know, if they have special needs, they need to be loved on more, is just my opinion. They just need to be loved on more. Well, within reason. I understand that kids on the spectrum don't always like to be, that's one of the things that's tough for them, is like the eye contact. Sometimes they don't like to be hugged on and stuff like that, only certain types. Sometimes like it's like the holds and stuff like that. Some like the weighted blankets. It's all different, but showing them love that they want to be shown, learning their love language, that's important. That is really important, and it would make them feel more included as well. But that's where the parents come in too. They have to be willing to do that kind of thing for them and show them the love that they deserve to have. Yeah. Trishy says we need checks and balances and oversight. Yes, everyone involved in the process should be accountable along the way, in my opinion. That's my opinion too. And it doesn't take long to document something down, like visited Mr. and Mrs. Smith today, they're doing better, or visited Mr. and Mrs. Smith today, they still haven't cleaned their house. I mean, it's really easy. And you can do voice text. So like when you leave the house, do a quick voice text. It can go all into the system, and then, Bob's your uncle, you got it. Yeah, I agree with that so much. And then that way, and then transparency too, when something happens, it's like, okay, the government isn't the most efficient entities, yeah, which absolutely stinks, especially in these areas. They impact family and children. Yeah, you're right, Trish, and especially when it's a smaller area, there's less money, and less resources. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. No, you're not blabbing too much. You're doing great. You're doing great. Um, no, I mean, I'm really passionate about it too, because I just feel like, and Dorothy says amen. I mean, I just feel like there's so many kids out there that we're just seeing left and right. This kid, and he's on the spectrum, or she was on the spectrum, and suspicious circumstances too. And then it comes out that DFS knew about it the whole time. And it's like, what are you doing? Let us know. And that's the thing too with this, like all this hush hush stuff. I agree, Star. But all this hush hush stuff, that doesn't help us at all. That does not help the kids. That doesn't help anybody, because then we don't know about it. We don't know what to fix. And then the next kid comes along and it's like, okay, yep, they were having problems in the home. The parents recently split up, blah, 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 blah. Just normal things that all of us go through, that all of us could go through. We never know what tomorrow holds. We could be divorced tomorrow and married today, but divorced tomorrow. Or you can be like that Borgwart guy that just decided he was gonna just jump ship and never see him again. Jen and Don, though, said my autistic 15-year-old goes outside and helps me with the lawn care. I'm sure they would have included him in some outdoor activities. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And that's the thing. It's just finding the things that they like. Like maybe they like gardening. Like that's, it's funny that you say that, Jen and Don, though. That's his grandma Robin, said he loved to do gardening with her. He loved to go fishing with her. And then you hear Mr. Foot talking about how he didn't like to go outside. I mean, come on. That's silly. It's silly. It doesn't make any sense. And if he doesn't like to go outside, maybe there's certain reasons that he doesn't. Maybe you can help him figure out a way to go outside. I mean, everybody needs fresh air. And everybody needs fresh air. They need that vitamin D, from the sun. Trishy says, thanks, Star. I'm passionate for sure. I'm a adoptive parent, so I gave me a lot of insights. Yeah, Trishy, and that's awesome. See, and that's like something that not everybody is made out for. Like that's the problem, right? Because not everybody has the patience, that love, the care, the commitment. No, not a lot of people want to invest the time. It's got to be hard. Like if you get attached, that would be my biggest thing. I think if it was like, if I got attached, then I would be really sad, but then I would be happy if they found a good place that they felt comfortable in, a new family that they loved. And so that's got to be so rewarding, but at least you're doing that. That's amazing. Yes, bless you, Trishy. These kids are lucky to have you. That is right. That is very right. And Jen and Donto says, I agree with everything you were saying, Trishy. Yeah, you're giving us a lot of insight too, because it's important. It's important to bring things to like experiences to the conversation. That's what I'm really interested too in, is like the experiences. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. She says, yes, indeed, we can find lots of different ways to include each kiddo. Yeah. And find out what they like, because everybody, like, we're all like that. Like I don't like the same things as maybe, like, say, just use Gracie as an example, but like just say me and Gracie, we're friends, but then it's like we like different things, so we're not always going to like the same things as each other, which is good. That's fine. But if I go over to Gracie and then maybe she doesn't like something necessarily, or she never tried it, and I bring it over, I'm like, hey, try this. It's a new experience, so she may like it. So that's the thing. I don't think they gave him a chance. I don't think they gave him one single chance to figure out if he liked anything. because he wasn't able to try it. I feel like he had a lot more freedom when he was with Seth, and that Seth was able to, you know, show him newer experiences, or maybe allowed him, especially, to kind of venture out onto the web a little bit more. And I know that we have to monitor that really good too, but it doesn't mean take it completely away. And it just seems like they were taking everything away left and right, and oh, he's in trouble again, and it's just terrible. And Jen and Don, though, says it's part of the things you need to learn with transitioning into an adult. Exactly. And I feel like we don't even learn everything until we're probably like 30. I mean, it took me that long anyway. I mean, it was a lot of stuff that happened. Then I turned 30, and then like the last kind of 10, 12 years, I've kind of learned a lot of stuff. Yes, Dorothy, educate each other is right. And Gracie says it takes a village. Yes, it does. It does. It takes a village, and it just takes people that are willing to care a little bit. And I think a lot of things too is that, like, people used to be a lot more, and I'm sure COVID didn't have, help that a lot, but people used to be a lot more apt to go hang over at their neighbors, or like if a new neighbor came, to introduce yourself and say welcome to the neighborhood, bring them some brownies or some cookies or something like that. It seems like people don't do that as much anymore, and so maybe that's why, like, we're not even aware what's going on in our neighbor's house. But it would have been nice if somebody would have went over there and been like, hey, I see that you have a son my son's age. But I don't think that happens as much anymore. And then also with social media, but they have neighborhood Facebook page, according to Bobby. So I mean, I don't know. And Jen and Don, though, says, yes, Seth has a good understanding of what it is to be a parent. Yeah, and I think he was preparing Sebastian a lot better too. Yeah, like he was trying to teach him life skills. And Trishy says, I amen Dorothy, Grace, and Jen and Don, though. Yes, indeed, Dorothy. And Jen and Don, though, says, right, Gracie's. And Star says, the only reason my son never wanted to go outside was due to video games. I had to make him, which makes me wonder what Sebastian was doing all day. KP didn't seem very involved in the video. Yeah, I know. And that's the thing too. One thing that I don't understand, you're right. Why don't you make him go outside for a little bit? There's nothing wrong with that. And they obviously didn't mind making him do other things that he didn't want to do. So why not be like, hey dude, we're gonna get you even like if you set up like a little badminton thing in the front yard, and we say, okay, well, we're gonna go out for 20 minutes today and play this game. Or Chris is macho, he tries to be macho, so why doesn't he set up some what did my dad like the horseshoes? Why doesn't he have horseshoes out there, and him and Sebastian could have been tossing horseshoes around? Or I know he had he has the pocket of fluid on his brain and stuff like that, so he had to be a little bit more careful. But even to throw, gently throw catch, play catch outside, there's so many things that they could have done. But then they said that he did like to go to the playground, so I don't know. It's very strange. But yeah, and even, Star, that's funny too, because like even people would, like when I was growing up and stuff, like my mom and dad would like kick us out of the house. My mom would be like, I'm trying to clean in here, you kids go outside, and like shoo everybody outside of the house. So I mean, back then there wasn't as much, and I can understand. I like to play certain games on my phone and stuff like that, and before I know it, I could be playing for 2 or 3 hours and like, oh gosh, where did that time go? So I understand, like, in the game and stuff, but yeah, they should have kind of kicked him out and said, go out. But then again, I don't know. I just really think that if it was an activity like we know he loved fishing, and we know that Grandma said that he liked gardening. So how come Katie didn't start like a little garden with him in the back? And I don't know. There's a lot of ways that he could have got out and about to have some fun. And Trishy says, friendly, LOL, more individualistic these days. Exactly. Yeah. And Jen and Don, though, says, metal detecting in the yard. I called it treasure hunting. My son really enjoyed that. See, that is cool. Now, for somebody like a 15-year-old like Sebastian, he would love that, I bet. Like, especially if like if his stepdad was, kind of cool and fun, like, hey, let's go out and do that. That's really awesome. I feel like that was something that Seth would plan things. He said that sometimes they would stop on the way home from being picked up at, from Katie and Chris's house, and they would stop off and fish and, make a little lunch and a day of it, or an evening of it, I guess, by that time. But yeah, I just think I don't know. There was a lot of things that he did enjoy doing outside. So it's just, and Trishy says, Star, totally true. It's the age too. Kids go through times they aren't interested in stuff. We have a thing where we're all doing as family or something, right? Yeah. So it's like, yeah, they do change too. Cause like, that's an interesting point. As they get older, they may not want to do as much family stuff, and they may change their interests, and it's just good to know. And especially, like even with that little school shooter with the school shooting that happened, when you looked at that young woman, which I was surprised that it was a young woman, because I shouldn't always assume or think that way, but I thought it was a little boy, and come to find out it's a little girl. And so, but you can tell she wasn't in a good state of mind, and things like that. And, she wrote a whole manifesto and stuff, and apparently there was some bullying going on. But if you don't know, and you can't notice those signs that are going on with your kids, that's what's really scary, because something really bad can be happening, and they could be suffering in silence, and you just got to pay attention. And then too, they can be hiding their interests, and they can be into like some really bad things, like, just things they shouldn't even know about or be interested in. Yes, metal detecting. I bet Sebastian would love it. Yeah, especially if you make things fun. That's the thing too. You never know if you're going to like something until you try it. Dorothy says Candy Crush. Yes, yeah, I like games like the matching games. But so if you make it fun for them, maybe they didn't think they were going to like it, but then it's so fun that, oh, see, there goes Jingo coughing again. Oh, Jingo, you need to go get yourself just a little bit of water. You gotta go get a drink. Okay? Oh. I bet you that was a pretty good hairball you got there, bud. Go get a drink. Your water is like not far from you at all. You can go over and get a drink. But yeah, you just gotta know what your kiddos are doing. Otherwise, you can have really bad results from it. You know what? I wonder if he ate something. Like, he likes to get bees lately outside, but I didn't think he caught a bee earlier or anything. Did you catch a bee earlier? Making me worry that you caught a bee. I told him don't catch the bees because they bite back. And then Jen and Don, though, says, really have to dig into an autistic child's world before they are going to be willing to come into yours. Oh, that is a great point. That is really well said. That is really, really well said. Yeah, because I mean, and I don't blame them. If you're not going to show interest in what they like, then why should they bother, right? Why should they bother with you if you're not going to worry about their interests? But that is so true. And it's about, also, it seems like and I could be wrong. This is just in my opinion. But, it seems like maybe Katie and Kristen didn't even give as much effort towards getting into his world and what he really enjoys to do. And then like the Minecraft stuff. They almost kind of were like, oh, Minecraft, kind of roll their eyes. And I understand that now that game is pretty complex. That's another one that I'm not smart enough to play Minecraft. But that's the thing. But at least if you try and you're willing to try that, and you're willing to try new things with them and make it fun for them, and don't make it miserable or tease them because, they threw the peg down and it didn't go down, the way it should have. You don't laugh at them like his aunt did. I mean, that to me that's not making it fun for him. That's oh, well, Star says bullying, huh? I got told to suck it up by my mom, taught self-defense by my dad, all fun and games until broke a girl's nose in self-defense. They'd pay attention then. Oh my gosh, Star. Yep, that's pretty much me. Yep. Oh my goodness, that's funny. Sounds like he has something stuck in his throat. I know, it's weird though, because he was asleep. That's what made me think, Jen and Don, though, that he maybe like ate a bee earlier. But like the one day that he did eat a bee, I was freaking out all day. I'm like, oh my gosh, if he gets, like I know like once he swallows it, he'll be okay. But I didn't want him to get like bit in the mouth. And he was just fine. He coughed a little bit when he ate it and nothing later. I was like, I hope he doesn't get sick later. And he was just fine. Trishy, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate everything that you said in chat, and you're so awesome. She says, big hugs, y'all. I need to go to bed now. Thank you for listening and sharing. Absolutely. Yes. We love having you over here. You're awesome, Trishy. And Jen and Don, though, said, Star, laughing. She cracks me up. Willie, make it. Nice to see you. Welcome. Yes, he did need extracurriculars. Yeah, he definitely did. And you know what's funny too is that like whenever he had the chess club or the chess team rather, it was on Queen Bee's Live. Katie was talking about it and she said that he was upset that he lost the game once or lost a game once and there was a discrepancy and everything. And so she said that he did want to attend the club meetings or the team meetings, but he didn't want to play anymore. And, that's okay because sometimes kids, they have to kind of learn that in life. You don't win every single time. That's understandable. That's normal. That is part of growing up. We all have to learn that. But then she turned around and said that he got in trouble because he wasn't getting good grades and he had to quit because he wasn't getting good grades. So it's just always we'll giveth and taketh away with those two. It's just I don't know. I don't know. I'd rather see my kid be happy than sad any day, and I think a lot of parents feel like that. A lot of people. And Star says, in my defense, my eyes were closed when I hit her. Immediately apologized when I saw the blood, and I didn't bring firearms, even though I had access. Oh no, I know exactly. Nobody would think to do that. I mean, you wouldn't think to bring it to that level, right, Star? Like that's my biggest thing. I'm like, how do you like? And then also, yeah, you learn that it's not fun to have to hit somebody, even when it's in self-defense. Even, because you're a good person, so of course you were upset that you hurt somebody, But then again, well, it's also like for this time of year, the Christmas Story, when Ralphie is, getting bullied by that guy, that Scud Farkas, and finally he hands him, he hands him his lunch, and the guy's like, he's crying by the end of it because he's upset. He doesn't want to have to do that. He's just so frustrated and just needed to defend himself. And, Willie Make It says, OMG needs specs. And, Star says, good night, Trishy. Willie, good point. That helps too. Yes, it's great to see you, Willie. Thank you for coming in. First live, all right. I know we're probably about to hit the hay pretty soon, just because I have got to go watch the interview and hear more about what their theories are with the flashlight video. So I think we'll still be talking about that. I know it's now it's going to be like, flashlight video all over again, but I think it's important to explore it, definitely. And Dorothy says, my granddaughter is 19 and I play Sonic the Hedgehog. Yes, with her. Those are the games that I like to play, like the Super Mario, even like, any Nintendo game I really like. And then Sonic is fun because I had a Sega when I was a kid, so I really like that. They have all those throwback games that you can get. Like I think the one looks like a Nintendo, but it's all just games downloaded onto it, and it's got like 100 games. I don't know if they have those for like Sonic though. And actually, I hadn't heard anything about Sonic in a long time, but I know that Gannon Stauk liked Sonic, and I remember him saying that. Look at what we had to do live with. Yeah, I know. And Jen and Don, though, says giving and taking away can really do a number on kids' confidence level. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what, Dorothy? I read your comment wrong. Look at what he had to live with, in my opinion. Yes, exactly. Yeah, he had to live with this, constantly worried, constantly. I think he was mistreated a lot. I think they hit him a lot, and that's my opinion. And I'm not trying to speculate and be facetious or hateful towards them at all. I don't mean that. But it just seems like in a lot of the pictures, if you look closely, he's got bruises on his face. I mean, so meaning he was being hit in the face. And to me, and then like on his neck too. Willie Make It says it stung to watch the closure to the airway. What breed? Reverse coughing dogs. Hair usually. Oh, okay. Hopefully give them butter, or I know, someone was saying oil in his water. No, I don't think he was stung, Willie. I think it was the fact that, thank you, Star. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you made it too. Yeah, I don't think he was stung at all. Like the last time he ate a bee, he definitely wasn't stung, but I was thinking maybe he ate a bee again. Because usually he doesn't cough a whole lot, but that's what people were saying, reverse coughing. Yeah. He was like licking on himself, so it could have been like kind of a hairball situation, but usually he doesn't cough like that, so I was surprised. But he's still laying over there, like he won't even go get his water or anything like that. He's just laying over there. I hope he's not sick. I'll have to check his little nose and see. And Jen and Don, though, says, lucky Dorothy, my son told me I was too old to play video games. Oh, no. Never too old to play video games. Never too old. Oil. Okay, olive, coconut oil. Yeah, not margarine. Yeah, right. No, I got olive oil and coconut oil. I have to put coconut oil in my hair sometimes because like it gets really dry, and so I use it for that. But you can use it for a whole lot of stuff. And it's like a good moisturizer too, like if you don't mind being kind of like shiny for a second there, but and Jen and Don though says, and poor Sebastian probably didn't understand why either. Yeah, I don't think he understood why either. Um I mean, especially because when you're getting in trouble like at that rate of speed, I mean, how could he get in trouble when he wasn't even going out anywhere or doing anything? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like he was roaming the streets with his friends and they were, you know, skateboarding around on private property, or they were tagging stuff with, or, you know, do whatever. I mean, it's not like he was doing anything that bad. I don't see what he could have possibly done that was that bad to take away every privilege that he had. I mean, even if he was sassing and talking back, I still can't see why they would take everything and not allow him to do anything. They were very quick to come out and be like, well, he didn't have any friends. And I'm like, how do you figure he didn't have any friends? He was a nice kid. So I don't know. Star says, never too old to play video games. Go into the mosh pits at concerts maybe, but not video games. Oh no. Oh my gosh, Star, I could just picture myself in a mosh pit these days. Forget about it. Oh my gosh. Nope, nope, nope. I'd be like, watch out for my back. But yeah, I still, like I said, I still love playing video games every now and then. I just know, like if I like Gardenscapes is a fun one, because it's like a matching game. And but then I'll get into playing it, and like I said, like 2 hours later, I'm like, oh well, that's 2 hours I can't get back. And Jen and Don though says, I play games, just not with him, but I can watch him. Yeah. And no in a mosh pit. Capital no. It's funny though, because like, I mean, I remember when I used to babysit for my little cousins and they would play the video games. They liked it if I'd come watch them play. Like they'd be like, come watch me play, and I'd be like, all right, but it isn't very interesting, but they don't even mind. They enjoy people that'll just watch them play. So I mean, even if she just or when Chris was home, even if he just kind of sat there with him in the floor and or in a comfy chair, and they sat there and he'd play the video game, and stepdad could watch it. It just would have been really nice. It would have been really nice for him to be felt like they were trying to be into some of the things that he was into. It goes a long way, and that's with especially a teenager. They're tough. They are tough. They're changing. Their views are changing. They're learning new things. They might have different sets of friends. And in this case, I don't know. I didn't hear a whole lot about maybe like kids in the neighborhood over when he was with Seth, but it sounded like he had a lot more freedom and a lot more time to like spend online where he could have interacted with people. And then I know he played like on Seth's account, so he was able to, talk to people like maybe Uncle Taco, and people like that. So I just feel sorry for him too, because I just don't feel like it's right to leave him in that house the way it was. And we do have like a stark difference between where little JJ came from and where Sebastian came from, because his house on the outside and on the inside looked like, by all other accounts, and just normal, and regular. I mean, maybe they had a little bit extra money. It was a nicer house, maybe a little bit bigger than some people's, but they still ran it to where it was like a hell. It was like a living hell, in my opinion. They had a really nice fenced backyard where they could have spent a lot of family time together. But instead, it seems like, and then maybe they just like to like ride the motorcycles a lot and they didn't want to I don't know. It's just weird. It's just really weird. And I really wish that it was better for him. I really hope that we can find him soon and find out what's going on. I don't think that anybody knows who was really in that car or what they were doing. Hey Jude said earlier that the license plate was obscured, so there wasn't a way to really tell who it was. And I mean, we'll see. We'll see if they can put more information out. We can try to figure it out. I just feel like if I'm looking at what Bobby's saying versus looking what Clue and Cletus are saying, I just really and I might change my perspective tomorrow because I haven't watched their entire interview and really got to kind of analyze and study it. But to me, their story or their series of events that they're kind of that they constructed does not match up with what Bobby saw with her own two eyes when she was watching the videos. And one thing that I wanted to bring up really quick too, when Bobby's watching these videos, like, excuse me, when Bobby is doing the interview in the video, you can see that when she doesn't know the answer to something, she'll go like this right away. But then when she does know the answer to something, I mean, she is intense and she's like, and then this happened, and then this and this and that. I mean, you can tell like the big difference between whether because if she was fabricating parts of her story, then she would have had all the answers for everything and she would have never been wrong and, blah, blah, blah. But instead, she really was thinking the questions that JLR was asking out and answering him appropriately, and I think to the best of her knowledge, and that's my opinion. But I did notice that, like, when he asked her, like, how long have they exactly lived there, and she's like, I think it's about a year and a half, and so there was a couple of questions that were asked during the interview where if she wasn't sure, she was just kind of like, and so I definitely saw the big difference. And Gracie says, JJ's uncle told me that he will watch the video and I hope he likes it. Of course, I uploaded it to TikTok too. Oh, cool. I know. I need to go over to TikTok. Well, one thing that Betty did on her or on her TikTok, the one that I showed you guys, but towards the end, is she was promoting her channel on TikTok because it's going to be closed down or whatever. They're doing away with TikTok. And so she was driving people over to her YouTube. And I was like, that's brilliant. So I think that's a great idea. I really need to step up my TikTok game and hurry up and be like, hey, come see me over on YouTube, just like she did, because that was really smart. And, that way people can find us. My demographic is definitely not the TikTok crowd though. So when I look at like my demographic, it's like people my age and older. And so there's not a whole lot of young people that do it. But I mean, I could definitely make a couple of videos where I say some buzzwords for them and maybe they'll like me. So, but. And Willie says he was cheeky. Yes, exactly. I know. I love cheeky people though, apparently was in trouble when overplaying poker and online and inappropriate with his manhood, asked to be compared and disrespect of anyone, apparently. I really don't think so. I really don't believe that. And I believe that he was cheeky. I do. But I think that he was doing these inappropriate behaviors because of something that Mr. Foot taught him. And the reason why I say that is because if you go and watch my video, and I can link it in the description too for you guys later, but basically Mr. Foot or Chris exposed Sebastian. Well, let's back up. When Sebastian was living in California, he was essayed by an older child in the care of Mr. and Mrs. Foot. And this older child did hurt him, and it was under their roof, and they did go to the authorities. Nothing happened. Sebastian was put into counseling, but then Mr. Chris took it upon himself to play a song for him by Chuck Berry, and it's called My Ding-a-ling, and it's about touching your private parts. And you'll have to watch the part on the live, and it wasn't my live, it was on Queen Bee. But to me, when you show a child that has so much trauma, something like that, and then you encourage it, that could have been the reason why he was being inappropriate. And I strongly believe that is part of the reason why, because that's what Chris was telling him was appropriate. And as his stepfather, Sebastian's looking up to him. And don't forget, if Sebastian was defiant or didn't do what Mr. Chris told him to do, then he'd be in trouble. So maybe he thought, and maybe it was misunderstood by Sebastian, that was what he was supposed to be doing. And I definitely highlighted that in the video because they were blaming Sebastian. And I mean, and then also one thing, why would you bring kids to a poker game? I thought that was like an adult thing. So I don't know. It's like, get a sitter. If you don't want the kids running around getting in trouble doing things, get a sitter. You know? Yeah. And that's just my take. But cheeky, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I can definitely see. I could definitely see him being cheeky, which is a good thing. Because if he wasn't cheeky, then he wouldn't have told what was happening to him, you know? He didn't play poker, he didn't play poker, not a computer, Sebastian. He played chess in real life. Yeah. Yeah, he did. He did. And that's the picture of him playing chess behind us. Here, I'll put it up really quick. Let me put it back up, the overlay. Yep, that's Sebastian playing poker. And he's got his little, the little timer and stuff is behind him and all that. Or the little checkmate thing. Guys, in MMO video games talk that way. Oh, okay. Mistreatment of people doesn't know socioeconomic boundaries. Exactly, Gracie. Exactly. And it's a great point, because just because you don't have a lot of money doesn't mean you have to have a unclean environment. It just takes a little bit probably of creativity, but you can always have a clean environment. I know that sometimes it's hard to put food on the table, and if you don't have a washing machine at your house, you might have to go to the laundromat, and that costs money, and then pods to, or laundry detergent, all that stuff costs money. So I know some things, even sometimes I get behind on laundry and stuff like that. We all do, but to have those conditions just. And then also, if you're going to, I'm not condoning it, but if you're going to do those prescription things and whatnot, or, illicit rugs and stuff like that, you could at least hide it from the kids. I mean, whatever happened to that? It's like people just do it right in front of their kids now and just leave stuff everywhere. I don't get it. Like, I don't know. If you're gonna do that, make sure your kid doesn't get a hold of it. And Star says anything else would likely fall somewhere between learned behavior and trying to figure out how to be a young man. Exactly. Exactly. And who is teaching him how to be a man? His stepdad and his dad. Katie can't teach him how to be a man. I absolutely don't care what Clumsy had to say. I really don't care one bit about her and her full investigation. This perspective, their perspective, they can, you know what, with I'm sorry, I'm laughing too hard to read it. I do know what. And I agree. And the thing is that how the kids act, no matter whether you like it or not, is a direct reflection on what you're doing. Just like when you have a 2-year-old and and they say like, "Oh, and then it's like, yeah, because one of their parents probably really likes the phrase, "Oh, you know what I mean? And because I've been guilty of it too, you know. I'm like, how did you use that in the right context? Oh yeah, probably because you heard it from me, you know. So that's why we always have to like make sure we're a good example, but you can't blame your kids when they are doing the same thing. And then of course, if they're saying like he was aggressive, or because I know they said a lot of things about Sebastian. They said a lot of things about him that that weren't true, and they spread misinformation about him, and made him look they made him look bad. They put him in a negative light, in my opinion. And see, now we have people that are believing that kind of thing. And it's just simply not true. Um, I made the connection right away when I heard him saying that he showed that song to Sebastian. Well, that's why. It's because he wanted him to act out like that so he can blame it on him. And that's my opinion, and I stand strong on that. And Jenna Dondo says, I think that every boy goes through doing some of that, but it's about teaching them what's appropriate, right, and what isn't. And then he shows them the song, and he says, oh, this is funny, you should do this. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that he was able to, you know, manipulate someone that was much younger than him, who trusted him to show him the right things to do. And it makes me sick. It makes me absolutely sick that he would teach him to do that he would expose him to that song. And he's the one that said it, guys. I swear, I did not. I'm going to drop that in the description. He told that to Queen Bee in their panel, you know, and to me, he told on himself. Like he's done a bunch of times. It's not fair for Sebastian to get blamed for that. Hell to the no. I can understand different points of thinking from a normal people. We agree or disagree. Exactly. But there is proof of him doing that. And then also, I mean, I really do think that there was a lot of people that were listening to that misinformation about Sebastian. They were trying to make him look bad because they wouldn't answer the question, why don't you want him around Faith? And Nina says that Faith and Sebastian loved each other very, very much. And I'm sure he loved his little sister. You know, that's the thing about kids, guys. They don't know about things like that. They don't know how to be racist. They don't know how to be hateful. We teach them that. They don't know any better. They think that's their brother or their sister, you know. They don't think of it like step brother and sister until we tell them step brother and sister. They don't know. And to them, that's their sister or their brother. And that's something to think about for these parents that are doing that to them kids. Star says, dreaming, trying to behave here. You're doing fine, Star. You've been cracking me up. You're always cracking me up. No, it's okay. I don't want anybody bashing Sebastian, because that's my thing is that he is the innocent victim in this, you know, and he's not here to tell his side. And until he's here to tell his side, then I'm gonna do my best to remember all of this crap and tell you guys um, when it's not right. Because in my opinion, it's just not right to put that all on this child who was dealing with enough. And yeah, if you want them to act right, you got to act right too. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I can't with those two fools. Jen and Dono says, give him a lotion bottle and send him to his room. Oh my goodness. Baby oil. He hasn't even been found yet, and it's victim blaming time. I know, exactly. That's the thing. But they've been doing that for a long time. And that's why Seth was so upset, was because that was happening, and people he had mentioned on a couple of different occasions on lives and stuff like that well, basically that Chris was threatening, if I ever tell what Sebastian's really like, no one's going to want to look for him. Who says that? Like, that's messed up. If you're going to say that about your stepson, why are you even with the mother? I don't know. It's messed up. Oh no, it's fine. It's all right to have a different opinion. I just don't want Sebastian to be put in that light, because he was put in that light very early on, and I don't think it's right. I think if we want to look at anybody and point the finger at anybody, it needs to be the last two, that the ones he was living with, and the last one he was with. Where is their receipts for those alibis? Um, you know, yeah, he was. He was very intelligent. Yeah. Yeah, and I do agree that Seth he loves him a lot. He fought very, very hard, and then there was a bit of gaslighting going on too there, because like Katie turns around and says, "How could you tell about what happened to Sebastian?" Well, he had no choice, because people are like, "How come? How come you won't let him? Around your daughter? Da 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 da." And then Chris is behind the scenes threatening him. So he had to come out and be like, "Hey, this is what happened. This is why they're saying that they don't." And he gave like a valid, straightforward answer. And then the next thing, Katie comes out acting like a victim, and that's one thing that I don't feel. Good night, Dorothy. Good night. Yes, I'm gonna be going to bed too soon. I see I'm just on here talking away, but thank you so much for being here, Dorothy. But yeah, I mean, and that's just the thing. It's just so unfortunate, because they were blaming him and putting him in a negative light to begin with, and then Seth had to put up his dukes and fight for his son, who he shouldn't even have to. I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's one single thing that somebody could tell me about Sebastian that would make me think any less of him, or want him, not want to look for him, not want to talk about him, not want to pray for him, any of that. There's not one single thing that anybody could ever tell me that would ever make me change my mind. And that is that I stand firm on. No allegedly, no, just my opinion. Absolutely, there's nothing, because I can see what happened here. And there's little subtle clues where they tell on themselves. And they think they're slick, but they're not. Jen and Don, though, says me neither. And I think a lot of people feel that way. I bet you a lot of people do. And maybe there's a lot of people that feel to the contrary, and that's okay. It's we all have our feelings, and it's all right. I just don't want his name to be disrespected, or dragged through the mud, like, because it's happened, unfortunately. Yes, Star. I'm gonna try to get some sleep too. Flip a coin, wish me luck. Good night, lovely people. Star, I'm in the same boat with you, girl. Just know, when you can't sleep, I'm probably not being able to sleep either. So I'm like, I gotta do night lives, because, like, if there's a night where I don't get to bed till 5 o'clock in the morning, it won't matter. I could still go on live no matter what. So, but yes, everybody, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for listening to these stories and trying to figure out what is going on with the system here. I know we have talked a lot about some tough subjects and things like that, but I really appreciate everybody's care and compassion. And thank you, Jen and Don, though. Me too. I like doing it at night. I'm so bad. When in the morning, I'm like, and then I'm like, I got stuff I got to do during the day. So it works out so much better this way, just to do them at night. And, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad we were able to laugh too. Like, I'm so grateful Star was here and all of you guys, because I mean, it's nice to be able to talk about heavy things, but then also keep it light and laugh a little bit and share experiences, because life is, it's too short. And then you look at somebody like little Josh, who didn't make it to his 6th birthday, and Sebastian, who, didn't get to spend his 16th birthday with his family. And it's just not right. We need to make it better for them. And that includes, like, being better role models just in general in life, and remembering that we can do better too. And yeah, I just hope that he's found, and I hope that maybe he could tell his own story, since everybody's been telling his story for him. But all right, everybody, tomorrow I'm going to add some more clips and see how many we can put into a show, and hopefully I can get what Clue and Cletus thought about the video, maybe a little bit more on what the other side thinks, since we were watching a lot of Bobby today, and then we were taking some time out for a beautiful little child, JJ. But I will see you all tomorrow. And if you guys have a case that you want me to look into, or, leave a comment in the comment section, you can always email. And stay safe out there. And thank you all so very much. I love you a lot. So thank you for bearing with me with these new videos and stuff like that. I hope you guys enjoy being able to watch the videos more so than me, like, putting it up to the phone, because that's awkward for me. And then I'll, like, act like I can do something twice at once, and then by the way it's, like, down here, I'm like, oh, sorry. I don't know how JLR does it. I really don't. I've been trying to figure out how he does it with the phone, because you can see it really well. I mean, I don't ever notice the difference. But good night, Jen and Don, though. Good night, everybody. Margaret, good night. Hey, oh my goodness, I'm so glad you're here, Margaret. Oh, I love you too. I love you too. You guys all have a great night. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ben, you're just silent. Well, next time say hi, Miss Margaret. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy you're here. You're just coming out trying to get me like Freddie and Jason. Oh, all right, you guys. Take care, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow.